We will start, we'll give it 1 more minute and we will start. Thank you very much. Good morning again. Now it is 7:01 in Washington, D.C. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everyone and to thank you all for joining us here today for the GEF consultations with civil society, indigenous peoples, and local communities. My name is Gabriella Richardson-Tem. I work here at the GEF Secretariat for the Global Environment Facility. I'm very honored and happy to be here today to help you facilitate this meeting and to serve as your master of ceremony. I'm very excited to see already that we have over 100 participants. We had, as of yesterday, 250 people that had registered. Before I move any further, please be advised that if you look at the bottom of your screen, there is a little button that says interpretation. For those of you that wants to listen to this in French or Spanish, please go to the button of interpretation. As anyone speaks in French and Spanish, you can also go to the English section there. So please go to the bottom of your screen and choose your language. Thank you very much. Now let's move forward. As you know, the GEF has been organizing these civil society consultations prior to the GEF Council meetings for a number of years now. It's basically a platform for opening for many different and diverse voices, and for the GEF Council, the GEF Secretariat, and the GEF broader partnership to listen and hear from civil society around the world. I'm very happy to see this time around that we have a lot of different and diverse participants joining, both civil society from many different organizations and from council members and the GEF Secretariat at large. So let me now just move into the agenda, and I will be trying to be as brief as possible because we have a very packed agenda for today. So again, the objective of this meeting is to provide a platform for civil society to specifically at this time focus on the role of civil society, indigenous peoples, and local communities in building resilience and adapting to the changing climate around us. I want to also highlight that this consultation is the results of a close collaboration between the GEF Secretariat, the GEF CSO network, the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, as well as the GEF Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel. So thank you everyone for helping to make this happen today. So today we have maybe go back, please, Nico. So today is organized in sort of 3 sections. We start off zooming in on a number of people that will make presentations, a little bit of high level presentations. That will follow with a quick opening or Q&A session where we hope that you will engage with us via the chat. We will then have 2 roundtable discussions, one on adaptation experiences in fragile and conflict-affected situations, and a second one, inclusion in community-based and autonomous adaptation. These will be 1 hour each roundtable discussions. We will then, I think we need everyone to be muted, unfortunately. We will then have a wrap-up discussion. Yes, I think Thank you. Sorry about that. So as you can see in the agenda, which I hope you have in front of you, we have a packed and very, very interesting agenda with many speakers. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. But like I said, we will open up for a Q&A session at the end. So with this short presentation, I would like to hand over to Sano Aktesoman, the chair of the GEF CSO network and the director of Save the Earth in Cambodia, for his opening remarks and presentation. Please, Sano, the floor is yours. Thank you. Sano, are you able to do your presentation? And Nicholas, you might want to turn on Sano's presentation. Thank you. Sano, we can still not hear you. Unmute. While Sano is unmuting, I would like to remind everyone to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Interpretation. Sano, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well and clear. Thank you, Sano.
Okay, good. Should I start?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would like to welcome the GEF CEO, the council members, the CSO representatives, GEF secretariat, and other colleagues to this CSO and the GEF consultation. And thank you so much for this great opportunity for the civil society network, and also very much appreciated for all the support in organizing this event happened. Thank you so much. Nicholas, can you kindly click? Yeah, this I will make a very short presentation. There will be only key 4 slides. First slide will talk about the resilience, and then second slide will talk about the 8 GEF replacement meeting, and then number 3 will be about a public petition of the GEF CSO network, and then next will be a recommendation. Next, please. So resilience is something that cannot be experienced at the project life. So what we need to do is we need to build the project on age and sex disaggregated, quantifiable and qualifiable data. That means baseline, and there should be the target, and we must have the extent of vulnerability and capacity on the particular areas, especially on the physical, ecological, social, institutional, and financial performance. Because if we want to see at the end of the project and at the post-project period, if we want to see some performance, and then we need to have the baseline. If we don't have baseline, then we have no opportunity to see that particular progress. And then for that, we need to have a established a measurable community and country level monitoring plan, because baseline cannot be seen during the project life, and it is very much important that the project implementing actors, beneficiaries or the countries, they have to take the ownership. And if they want to take the ownership, only then at the post-project period, they can do the monitoring. So we have to design the mechanism in a way that the country take the ownership, meaningful participatory approaches from the beneficiaries level, how women, children, elderly people, people with disabilities participate. And then we have to have the mixed methods, that means quantifiable and qualifiable monitoring mechanism, so that, as for example, if we make progress efficient, if we want to claim efficient, then we need to rank it, example, from 1 to 10. What is the level? It is number 1 or number 3 or number 5 or 6. So when we can clearly define this the score where we are, then it is easy to measure. So for that we need to have the quantitative methods and learning by doing, because there is no end of development. So we have to learn and do and learn. That have to be continued. Based on this, our recommendation is to the GEF that when we talk about a resilience project, and GEF is reaching every part of the world, so there should have a model or framework from the GEF that with minimum indicators, that when we talk about a GEF resilience project, then it must have certain indicators as common. There can be different indicators based on the countries, based on the project site, but there should have a common indicators to claim resilience. Next, please. Nicholas? Okay, good. This slide is about the GEF8 replenishment meeting. From the left side, you can see the purpose, and it identified very clearly the pressure, systematic drivers, and stressors on biodiversity loss, climate change, deforestation, land and soil degradation, and declining ocean health, water scarcity, all these areas connecting to health system, urban system, energy system, food system, and natural systems. So when we have some very much issues identified, and we know the level of current status, then we can process it, that is country-driven priorities under the strategy, so how it comes up. And then at the end of the project, then at the program finished, then at the impact level, because impact cannot be seen during the project life, at the impact level. So then again, we need to measure, we need to see what contribution this of dollar invested a lot of time and efforts. So we need to see, and if we want to see that, then this current proposed theory of change is not enough. So for that, we propose. Can you go to the next slide, please? Nicholas? Next slide, please.
Sano, we cannot hear you anymore. We only hear background. I think we lost Sano for a while, and we should welcome him back as soon as he has fixed his connection. So why don't we just move forward in the agenda so we don't miss any time? And so I'm very happy and pleased to introduce Carlos Manuel, our GEF CEO and chairperson, and the former Ministry of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica. He is here to provide an opening remarks. And please, Carlos Manuel, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, Gabriela, and everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm so sad that we were not able to go over with Sano's presentation. It was very interesting what he was sharing with all of us. Let me begin, Gabriela, by congratulating you on your new roles and responsibilities at the GEF and for making possible this consultation of today. And to everybody that has helped us to put together this event, the consultation with the CSO.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, are you back, Sano?
Sano, if it is fine with you, should we continue with
Yeah,
Carlos
I'm back.
Miguel,
Sorry,
and then you can...
the internet connection. Yeah, now okay.
Okay, thank you, Sano.
Okay, well, sorry to hear that Sano has been having problem on his side, but let's find a moment.
Nicholas?
Yeah, you. Okay. So as I was saying, I want to thank the GEF CSO network and also the GEF Indigenous People Advisory Group and staff for helping us putting together also the small grant program so we can be able to talk about this very important topic related to civil society, indigenous people, local communities playing a big role in the context of climate resilience and adaptation to climate change. It is evident that this topic is important and relevant to Council and to myself, and then we believe that the local actors, indigenous communities, local communities are in the front line of climate change, are in the front line on land use change, and have been highly impacted by COVID-19 that have ravaged most of the Earth lifestyles and economic systems. So the topic of today's consultation is extremely important, and we need, as we approach GEF 8 or continue engaging in the GEF 8 replenishment process, we continue to need of having data and information and great ideas on how do we make all societies more resilient, not just to climate change, but because of future pandemics. Over here at the GEF Secretariat, we talk a lot about how do we work in fragile and conflict-affected countries. But we don't realize that there are fragile and conflict-affected communities, even in countries that has a lot of social, economic, and environmental stability. So narrowing down on this concept of fragile and conflict and affected situation with regards to elements at the subnational level, regional level, and most importantly at the community level is something that we need to dive deeper than what we have done and understand how can we really engage. Nevertheless, the GEF has a long history supporting climate adaptation and action through many dedicated mechanisms, not just the GEF Trust Fund, through our focal areas and integrated approaches, but also, and very importantly, to the work that we do with the least developed countries fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund, who has been investing in more than 45 countries, supporting less developed countries and the most fragile social groups within those countries to deal with the need to strengthen their capacities to cope with the impacts of climate change and loss of biodiversity. So there's a lot of things that we have done with these two funds, and as well as with the great effort that we have done for almost 30 years with the small grant program that has been extremely important in not just supporting civil society, but giving us lessons at the level of the GEF Trust Fund on how do we engage and how do we upscale and amplify the very good thing that the small grant program has been doing with civil society. I think that three elements are key as we move towards GEF 8, as we bring all these learned lessons as we look into the future, not just in the context of fragile and conflicted affected countries, but also with the big challenges that we have in front of us with all kind of rural communities. Three elements for me are extremely important things that I will be pushing very hard in this context of the replenishment. One is to continue to work on the reivindication of the land rights and rights associated to the ownership and the services of environmental services. It's not just doing the traditional, the jurisdictional approach and assisting communities and social groups in enhancing and creating the legal framework, but most importantly, in implementing those legal frameworks. And that is an issue, implementing and enforcing. And enforcement, when we talk about enforcement, I don't only see the need through the traditional enforcement effort, but rather using the markets and the economic incentives in their favor. And this is where the second element is key and important, because we had our very good experiences with payments for environmental services and Red Cross, but we need to really mainstream and be able to go to the next level of engagement. And I'm very pleased that Jorge Mario Rodriguez, the head of the Costa Rican Forest Fund, will share the Costa Rican experience on the payment for environmental services in indigenous communities. In Costa Rica, the payment for carbon services provided by local communities and indigenous communities has become the main source of income to many communities. This is not a subsidy from government. This is not a social assistance program from government. This is a payment for a service indigenous communities and local farmers provide with, which is the capturing and offsetting of carbon, the production of water, and the protection of biodiversity through a payment of environmental services. And as I said, it has become the main source of income to many communities. And as we learn from these experiences, similar experiences with CONAFOR in Mexico and Sociobosque in Ecuador, we can begin upscaling and mainstreaming this set of policies that help us not only secure land rights, but also do a proper implementation of those land rights or other kind of rights at the landscape level through the proper financial incentives. And with this, we can break, the market failure and the provision of services from indigenous communities and local farmers on a free base. We need to recognize a payment for those services, and that is the second element. And the third element, we got the Nagoya Protocol on the access and benefit sharing. Yeah, we need countries to be able to move fast in creating the proper national legal framework and implementation protocols and processes by which we can fully internalize the Nagoya Protocol objectives on, as I said, access and benefit sharing in a manner that becomes a game changer with respect to the access of the biological and biochemical genetic resources in a way that it provides a possibility to improve livelihoods through the recognitions of rights of these very important natural resources. So I'm very excited about today's consultation. I'm very much looking forward to listen and to learn from all of you, your experiences, your challenges, and ideas on how to best work together to build greater local resilience to climate change and building on innovative and effective strategies for the GEF 8 replenishment process in close collaboration with civil society, governments, and other partners and stakeholders. So thank you, Gabriela, so much for the opportunity. Thank you all for joining us. I would like now to introduce, if you allow me, Gabriela, our consul co-chair, Mette Moglestu from Norway. She is a director from the Norwegian Agency for Development and Cooperation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway. Mette is the co-chair of the GEF Council. I'm really pleased and honored that she's joining us today. So I pass the floor to you, over to you, Mette. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, for that introduction. As elected co-chair, I would like to welcome this dialogue on behalf of the GEF Council members. Firstly, I would like to underline the important role US civil society, indigenous peoples and local communities have in the delivering of the GEF mission. From indigenous peoples networks, local communities, through watchdogs and knowledge and service providers, you do help and ensure accountability in and sustainability of efforts to reach climate resilience. The combination of these roles and the civil society's persistent effort to drive change have contributed to significant progress. But as climate-related disasters, inequality and poverty are on the rise, it is crucial that we build back greener, bluer and more inclusively. And there are challenges needing to be overcome to ensure this, as we all know, I think, that are part of this meeting. We need to see an increase in women's participation and involvement in climate-related decisions. And we also need to ensure that climate finance reach the local level to the extent needed to build resilient communities. From today's discussions on climate change, we as council members would like to learn more about the opportunities you as civil society actors see to address these challenges and how to increase the mainstreaming of climate resilience in development projects. Please share with us any lessons learned, model examples that you can share with us and give us inspiration in our work in the council. We look forward to hearing your discussion and input for GEF 8, especially given your important knowledge and experience from many countries receiving support from the GEF. We welcome also recommendations for how the GEF can improve climate resilience in fragile states and what role the civil society organization can play in monitoring achievements on the ground, report back on challenges and share lessons with the GEF partnership. We thank you for inviting us and the rest of the GEF Council to this important event, and we look forward to following your discussion and receiving your input during the Council meeting next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mette and Carlos Manuel, for these opening remarks. And it is, I think everyone would agree with me that it is very nice to hear your acknowledgement of the important role that civil society plays in climate adaptation and resilience. And I'm also happy to hear, Mette, that you are eagerly waiting for our conversation during the roundtable discussions, where we have a lot of diverse people from different parts of the world coming in to share their lessons learned. So thank you both for this. We are going to move forward in the agenda. So let me now turn to Chizuru Aokuki. She is the lead environmental specialist at the GEF. She also manages our adaptation program, including the 2 dedicated funds for climate adaptation, the Least Developed Countries Fund, and the Special Climate Change Fund. Thank you, Chiz. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening. I hope you can all hear me fine. Okay, thank you so much to all of you for your contribution to organize as well as actively participate in this dialogue. As introduced, my name is Chizuru Aoki. Just please call me Chiz. And I wanted to spend maybe, I don't know, less than 10 minutes just to present overall what we're doing from the GEF side to address climate change adaptation initiatives, and also to give you some information as to how we are addressing the role of civil society, indigenous people, and local communities through our programming. So next slide, please. So I think everyone's very well aware and engaged with the GEF Trust Fund, as well as the small grants program that my friend Ayoko will talk about. I just wanted to remind people and friends here that when we're talking about climate change adaptation, as well as support for resilience, the GEF actually has 2 additional funds that are addressing climate change adaptation needs in countries. One is called the Least Developed Countries Fund, the LDCF, and as the name implies, it is a fund for the 46 LDCs. And this is strictly and also focused and determined in looking into the urgent immediate needs of adaptation and resilience in the developing LDC context. We also have another fund called the Special Climate Change Fund. It's called SCCF. It's a fund for all developing countries. And wanted to highlight that these 2 funds are operating under the UNFCCC. It's part of the financial mechanism. And these 2 funds also serve the Paris Agreement. They're written into the Paris Agreement as part of the financial mechanism. So far, these 2 funds have supported in grants over $2 billion and 400 projects around the world in 98 countries. And the little chart here on the left shows you what kinds of initiatives and activities and sectors these 2 funds have financed in the past. And this is an overview I wanted to provide because quite a number of participants today in the roundtables will talk about their experiences from the support as well as their engagement in the LDCF and OSCCF projects. So I just wanted to make sure that there's this additional angle of support that GEF can provide when it comes to adaptation support above and beyond the GEF Trust Fund. Next, please. So this is a snapshot of the program and project focus when it comes to climate change adaptation for the GEF, and what kinds of CSO engagement that have been envisaged and that have been implemented so far. I talked in my last slide about different sectors and different engagements that the 2 funds, the LDCF and SDCF, can support. When it comes to priority sectors from the countries, and this is for the LDCF, if you look at the active portfolio under implementation as of fiscal year 2020, there are 3 sectors that have received quite a bit of expectations as well as prioritization from the countries. The top one is actually agriculture. The second one is natural resource management. And the third one is coastal zone management. And I think it's pertinent to highlight these sectors because they are actually also the sectors where the community level as well as civil society engagement, as well as the rights of the IPs are very much pronounced as well as to be taken into consideration when we're talking about pulling these projects and programs together. So when it comes to the engagement and participation of CSOs, where do we envision is where are we seeing them? So 3 areas in general that we can talk about. One, CSOs, local communities, and IPs are the local partners in how we pull together the LDCF and SDCF projects and programs. Very important. The second element that's very key, and we would like to see more of, is that the CSOs and the organizations can be what's called the executing entities of the GEF projects. I think this is where we need to explore additional opportunities as well as to really understand how the funds can do more engagement with the CSOs. The last one is this is very important. The CSOs and local communities and IPs as the beneficiaries of the interventions that the GEF can support. And the context I wanted to highlight, because of the LDCF and SCCF, these funds are also operating as part of the GEF family. We're able to work with multiple GEF agencies. There are, I think, 18 GEF agencies. Of those, either 12 or 13 have already done projects of programming under the LDCF and SCCF. So there is a wide variety of agencies that can implement adaptation action through the GEF. I think I talked already about this, and I wanted to highlight because the roundtables will focus on these 2 areas. Quite a number of community level engagements. I would say that's probably one of the primary entry points for the projects and programs we have. and fragile and conflict affected areas. If you look at the list of LDCs and the World Bank fragile conflict situations, there is a pretty significant overlap. So necessarily, a lot of initiatives that we are implementing are taken within the context of the fragile and conflict context. Next, please. Next two slides. Since we're entering into the council next week, and the LDCF and SDCF will council will look to approve a work program, there are 7 projects in the work program that the council is looking into approve. So I thought it might be a good idea to give you a very brief snapshot on what these projects are, where these projects are taking place, and the types of CM engagement that are being explored as well as promised. So we have projects in Bhutan, Central African Republic, Eritrea, Kiribati in this slide, and we have 3 more in Lesotho, Somalia, and Timor-Leste. All of these projects, when we looked into the specifics that's being put in front of council, we see that the CSO engagements are emphasized at the level of local partners. They are already engaged in conceptualizing or putting information as well as putting advice and suggestions on how to pull these projects and programs together. All of them actually list CSOs as beneficiaries. So different types of organizations, different types of collectives, different types of sectors that are being addressed by CSOs. And I'll give you an example in the next slide. And most of the LDCF projects these days tend to range in the in the range of $5 million to $10 million. I would say most of these projects are coming into us for $10 million range. And they're being implemented by agencies like UNDP, FAO, IUCN, as well as UNEP and IFAD this time. Next slide, please. Okay, so 3 more projects in here for the June work program in Lesotho and Somalia and Timor-Leste. And since we don't have a lot of time, I just wanted to provide one example. And this is the example from Timor-Leste. And the project is about adapting to climate change and enhancing sustainable land management through productive rural communities. It's a unit project. It's a multi-trust fund, GEF and the LDCF. The LDCF resources about $7 million. Taking place within the conflict context, as well as also for community level engagement as the entry point. What are we envisioning in terms of CSO partners as local partners? They're having consultations that have been carried out with CSDs, particularly those with national programs, to really understand the landscape, but also to ask them to help develop tests of income generating activities that could take place within the local context to be assisted through this program. And the project is also establishing a village watershed management committees. And these are identified as not just beneficiaries, but the expectation is they will also be engaged in the project monitoring as well as the generations of lessons learned that could feed back into the project steering as well as project implementation organism. In terms of beneficiaries, there is a commitment to establish multiple watershed management committees, and these will include youth and women as well as farmers. And there is also within the program to ensure there is training provided targeted to farmer organizations, women's cooperatives, and with a view to see how they can generate agribusiness as an income generation as well as more sustainable livelihood activities through the initiative. Okay, next slide, please. I have 2 slides. Since we're talking about climate change adaptation and resilience, I just wanted to remind that the engagement of the civil society, as well as indigenous peoples and local communities, are very much part of the Paris Agreement, as well as its decisions. And as far as the civil society is concerned, there is a very clear direction for CSOs engagement in climate action. And there is the decision language that really talks about the importance of the inclusion of non-party stakeholders, including civil society. And within the convention, there are specific provisions that have been made to ensure and facilitate and encourage CSO engagement and action. Next slide, please. In terms of local communities and indigenous peoples, once again, for the Paris Agreement, very clear recognition as well as importance placed on the rights of local communities, indigenous peoples, and other vulnerable groups. There is a platform that's called the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform. And it's actually focusing on knowledge, capacity engagement, and policies and actions. And there was just a meeting that was held earlier this week because we have the UNCCC negotiations, SPs going on right now. And there was an update as well as discussions on how this platform is going. And a number of my colleagues from the adaptation team attended this meeting to get the updated information on what's going on. And I think Katia, who will speak in the next panel, also attended that. So, and also wanted to highlight how the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as other stakeholders, are enshrined, if you will, on the Paris Agreement decision, which is, I just put some of the pertinent language here just for our reference. So last slide, please. You will get a chance to see my colleagues in Katia and Dorji who are participating in the roundtables today. I just wanted to give you a snapshot that we do have a very good team of colleagues working on adaptation as well as resilience. Some of us are working with the GEF Trust Fund also, so there are also these people can be the facilitators to ensure that there is smooth coordination between the GEF Trust Fund related activities as well as the LDCF and SCCF. So with that, I will end my presentation, and I'm very much looking forward to the conversation as well as hearing from the CSOs directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chis, and thank you for highlighting. I thought it was really interesting, and one of the points that you were raising about really exploring further the opportunity for civil society to play more of an execution entity. And I think that was very important. I thought it was also really nice to just zoom in on the 2021 LDCF portfolio and really look at the role of civil society in those. So thank you so much, Chis. I also want to take this opportunity before I introduce the next speaker, that please use the chat to raise any questions that you may have, or just comments, or if you just want to use the chat as an opportunity to share resources with others. We now have over 200 participants, so if you share resources that you want others to know about, please do that in the chat. So now I'm very happy. We are going to move on. Yes, there.
Makita yung screen. Kanina pa, ito lang nakikita ko. Hindi ko makita.
Well, okay, even I was muted now. So now I had to unmute myself. And please now let me, my next honor is to introduce Mikko Olikainen, Finnish with a surname like that. And he is the manager of the Adaptation Fund. The Adaptation Fund finances projects and programs that help vulnerable communities in developing countries to adapt to climate change. So thank you so much, Mikko, for joining us here today. And we're very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And good morning and good afternoon, good evening, GEF colleagues, civil society representatives, friends. It's a great pleasure to join this important event. And thank you very much for inviting me to talk. I represent the Adaptation Fund, which is a sister fund to the GEF and LDCF and SCCF, and whose secretariat is located within the GEF as an independent team. We also serve the Paris Agreement, and therefore we share many of the goals that Chis mentioned just now. I'm very happy to share in the next few minutes some of our experiences on working with local communities and civil society. I would just like to start by emphasizing how extremely important it is to support civil society and local communities while we work towards making developing countries more resilient to the impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. There are two interlinked challenges that we face and need to address in relation to civil society and local communities when we work on adaptation. And I believe these are challenges that we share with the GEF and LDCF and SCCF. The first is how to get the funds from us, from the global level to the local people as effectively and efficiently as possible to support them in their climate change adaptation needs. And the second is, while we are doing this, how do we ensure that provision of funding doesn't inadvertently cause problems such as through environmental or social impacts? Country-led and inclusive stakeholder engagement process from project inception through the end and beyond is vital, including consultations with CSOs, indigenous communities and local beneficiaries to ensure that projects are effectively addressing the adaptation needs of the most vulnerable, and that sustainability of projects is built in by empowering local communities to engage and assume leadership roles in projects from early on. Next slide, please. The Adaptation Fund has pioneered devolution of decision-making from the international level towards the national and local levels. At the heart of the Adaptation Fund is pioneering something called direct access, which empowers country and community ownership in projects through accredited national implementing entities that are based in the countries themselves, that are familiar with local customs, cultures, and adaptation needs, and can directly access funds and develop projects rather than going through an outside multilateral entity. Emerging perspectives on this suggest that vulnerable groups and local actors can deliver effective adaptation when they are empowered to put into action solutions that work best for them. Direct access put into practice the philosophy of increasingly devolved and country-driven leadership and empowered local institutions and local actors by ensuring local participation from the beginning of project design through implementation. The Adaptation Fund has also taken direct access a step further by pioneering several enhanced direct access projects, which further build country ownership by empowering NIEs, so national implementing entities, to directly identify and fund local adaptation projects with Adaptation Fund support. Enhanced direct access was recently also made an explicit funding window by our board and will offer new opportunities to countries to further build on it. Next slide, please. The Adaptation Fund is committed to the principles of locally led adaptation, which were signed in January of this year and were launched at the Climate Adaptation Summit, which culminated the work of the Global Commission on Adaptation. In fact, when signing those principles, it was clear that our existing policies already met the principles, but being part of that is based on helps us to further refine and improve our actions. The Adaptation Fund last year published a report on locally led action that looked into 6 Adaptation Fund funded projects in Cambodia, Costa Rica, Federated States of Micronesia, South Africa, Uganda, and a regional project in Colombia and Ecuador, and found that several key factors to success of enhanced direct access. These included local capacity, local government involvement, sensitive and respectful adaptation approaches that build trust within vulnerable groups, and having local leaders well placed to empower vulnerable groups and local actors for effective decision-making and sustained participation in climate action past the end of project funding through early involvement of in project design of local leaders. The study also found that finding ways to overcome linguistic and physical geography issues are also key to enhancing access and communication when involving local actors. Next slide, please. Innovation is an emerging area of focus for the Adaptation Fund, as it is for the GEF. And before talking about the Adaptation Fund work, I would just like to give a shout out to the GEF Small Grants Program. And I know my friend Yoko will be talking next. And the Small Grants Program has for many years supported local level grants, and many of those have generated actually innovative approaches. And some of those have served as a basis for scaling up by the Adaptation Fund and others. So that has been a really, really great complementarity between the different funds. Also, the Adaptation Fund has supported innovative projects over the years, but now during the last 2 or 3 years, we have started to specifically invest in it as a specific funding window. The innovation facility that we operate offers a variety of grants to implementing entities that foster innovative adaptation practices on the ground that work best for the communities themselves to help accelerate solutions to the climate crisis and create an innovation knowledge base that has great scale-up potential. These grants include several areas of focus that promote localized action, including advancement of gender equality, enhancement of cultural heritage, focus on communities, and inclusion of youth, among others. Further, we are funding the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator, or AFCIA, through partners UNDP, UNEP, and CTCN to target a broader range of potential finance recipients, including governments, NGOs, community groups, entrepreneurs, young innovators, and others. Inclusion occurs even at the level of financing the financing window design, as in the case of this AFCIA that I just mentioned. Youth and indigenous people network representatives provided, in fact, input that was taken on board before launching the program. So it's not only about specific projects, but also how the whole program has been designed. Next slide, please. The Adaptation Fund has ambitious environmental and social policy and gender policy to ensure participation of vulnerable groups and support inclusion. All our implementing entities need to commit to comply with 15 principles that you see on the slide that include marginalized and vulnerable groups, gender equity and women's empowerment, indigenous peoples, involuntary resettlement, and a number of environment-related principles. The gender policy takes an approach that goes beyond the do no harm idea and instead seeks to ensure active gender responsive elements in our project. It was updated just earlier this year, further elevating the ambition for gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Next slide. And this is my last slide. Finally, I would like to say a few words about the arrangements for CSO participation for the Adaptation Fund. It's coordinated by something called the Adaptation Fund NGO Network. The network is a coalition of NGOs consisting of more than 250 associate CSOs that mostly come from developing countries. These CSOs through the network mostly participate both at the policy level, the board level, and at the operational project level. So whenever project proposals are to be considered by the Adaptation Fund board, they are made publicly available on our website, and we solicit input from civil society organizations on those projects to be considered by the board. The CSO engagement policy is currently being updated. It's under active discussion by the Adaptation Fund board, and that topic will be considered in the next board meeting in October of this year. So let me stop here and thank you once again for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions and participate in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikko, for your clear presentation. I am looking at the time. I think that I'm going to push forward. I did see something in the chat that people was wondering whether Sanna would come back and do his presentation. We have reached out. I still think that he is not able to join in, but we are very lucky that we have Maria Leichner, who is the vice chair of the CSO network, and she will be able to, as in her role to facilitate the conversation, to try to highlight some of the issues that Sanna would have done otherwise. So we're still waiting for him. So let me now move forward in the agenda. And before I introduce the next speakers and segment of the next segment in the agenda, I just wanted to see that I had potentially a little oversight of not really highlighting and stressing the important role that the Small Grants program and Yoko and her team has played in organizing this consultation. They've always been an important partner to help us to organize this consultation. So again, thank you. I will now hand over. So the next section is about the GEF Small Grants program. It will start with a quick overview from Françoise Clot, the Director of Strategy and Operations at the GEF Secretariat. And then it will be followed by a presentation and an opening by Yoko Watanabe, the Small Grants Program Manager, which I believe, and I'm happy to know that we will have a launch of a book that the Small Grants Program has just launched. And we might even have, if everything works, a little video to that. This will also be concluded by UNDP's Executive Coordinator and Director. So with that, I'll hand over to Françoise Clot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you colleagues. It's a great pleasure to have such a large audience together, and at the same time, as I wish you all the best in those difficult times and hope everybody's safe around you, it is this virtual platform that allows us to be so many together today to discuss this, which is a tremendous opportunity, right? And one with potentially no limits in terms of inclusion, right? I'm here to talk about what is essentially the flagship program in engaging civil society organizations that the GEF has in collaboration with UNDP, which is the Small Grant Program. It's a key component, of course, of our engagement with civil society. It's not the only component. You're very familiar with the fact that, you know, we have policy requirements where we engage stakeholders and civil society organizations, communities, indigenous people in every project that we do, right? We also include you in our country support program activities where we reach out and have CSO participants alongside governments. We try, of course, to give voice to you in every opportunity that we have, and we're very committed to listening, right? But the Small Grant Program remains the main channel through which the GEF partnership brings resources to civil society organizations, and it supports resilience and adaptation efforts of communities, which is therefore a key vehicle here for us to engage together. It's been in place for a long time. In 1992, it started, so it's almost 30 years, like the GEF, and so it's pretty much as old as the GEF, right? And it is our flagship. Now, you hear small in the name, but don't be fooled. It is not small, and it actually, the grants may be small, although not that small, but it has supported since 1992 25,000 projects. That's 25,000 communities engaged and impacted, right? And it has leveraged more than 900 million of co-financing in addition to the 600 million provided by the program itself. So when you think about the footprint of this, with all the leverage of your engagement of community, indigenous people engagement, it's a very considerable footprint that we are talking about. Initially, it started with only 30 countries, and today it is engaged in 130 countries with all these community-based organizations and indigenous people expanding the reach of what is being done under the Small Grant Program. Now, the Small Grant developed under SGP almost naturally serve multiple global environmental benefits because it's not fragmented from the standpoint of the landscape and the communities in which it takes place. But they also create other benefits, right? They create, they improve livelihood of communities, they build capacity, and they empower women, they empower youth, they empower indigenous people. And so there are multiple factors of leverage here that are brought to bear in the activities that they unleash on adaptation with the goal of increasing community resilience. And they also support learning. And I'm sorry, Sano was interrupted, but I thought what he said about what we do in the development community is to learn and do and then start again, right? We learn and do, and then we learn from what we've done, and we start again learning and doing. And I think it's a wonderful thought, and really it is exactly the spirit of the small grant program, to do and learn from the doing and do again and expand to the extent possible, right? So these are incredibly important actions and incredibly important learning that this allows, right? And although the SGP funding is, in the bigger picture, relatively modest, it really enables community to engage and to take a chance with change, to take a chance with innovations, to take the kind of measured risks that are very rational to take, but that are very difficult if you don't have the extra support of a new concept, some amount of collaboration with sources of other knowledge as well, and the possibility to try something that maybe was impossible before, right? So what's the spirit behind it, right? The idea is that once a community has proven the effectiveness of an innovation idea or strategy on the ground, it can seize the opportunity to scale this up by maybe engage our communities around, engage our partner organizations, turn this into a larger footprint, attract potentially other contributions or other leverage, and support wider applications, right? And so it is not that small to start with, and it is not intended to stay small. It is intended to get bigger, right? And moving forward, as we move into GEF 8, because we are at the onset of it, and under the clear leadership of Carlos Manuel, who as soon as he got to the GEF, engages very strongly on that, the ambition is to bring this program to even greater success and greater ambitions, and particularly when it comes to this feedback loop of learning and doing, where as we learn things, we want to do more and we want to expand and scale up, right? So in that context, of course, we've taken very good note of the positive findings that the IEO, who evaluates the GEF partnership action, has provided on the action of the SGP program. And we are in the process of thinking, moving forward that vision, being more ambitious on scaling up, raising our ambition altogether. And so I would not let pass the moment without telling you that we're seeking good ideas, we're seeking good examples. We want the examples of scaling up, particularly of successful scaling up, to be what we learn from, so that we do more. And we're very much in tune with Sano's injunction here in terms of bringing the ambition into the learning and the doing. So having said all of that, let me turn to Yoko Watanabe, who's the global SGP manager, because I'm sure she wants and has the intent of highlighting specific work in this and specific examples. And she also has for us a special event. So let me stop here, thanking you all, because many of you are engaged in this GEF SGP program, and we are seeking again good ideas to take it up in terms of ambition and scale. Thank you. Yoko.
Thank you so much, Françoise, for that kind words and very strong support. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Carlos Manuel for your continued support to SGP and a strong support, as well as Gabriela and the GEF CSO network and all other colleagues who have worked together to put together this event today. It is our great pleasure today to introduce the GEF Small Grants Program implemented by UNDP on the initiative on community-based adaptation, with the launch of our publication that highlights exactly that, the best practices and the lessons learned through our portfolio on resilience and adaptation. Since 2009, the Small Grants Program has been initiating a community-based adaptation program with a financial support from the Government of Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The SGP is immensely grateful for this partnership and for the contribution that made possible this important area of work, which really complements well with the GEF Trust Fund support and other partners. And building capacity and resilience of local communities and empowering them to take action on the ground is really at the heart of our program, and particularly the SGP's community-based adaptation program, which has run for over 10 years to date. The program has supported over 237 community works on the ground, benefited more than 250,000 beneficiaries and peoples around the world, including Indigenous peoples, women, and persons with disability. So with that, I really want to show a video that shows many faces from the ground, and it shows key results of this program. So please play the video. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the true story from the ground and the videos that shows our results through the community-based adaptation program. I would like to now introduce Mr. Pradeep Kurukurasuriya, our Director of Nature, Climate and Energy and Executive Coordinator of the Environmental Finance at UNDP, for his remarks and officially launching the SGP publication on enhancing climate resilience. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you, Yoko. Colleagues, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be here at this event and to launch together with the GEF Small Grants Program this publication on community-based adaptation. In fact, Yoko, you have taken me back nearly 16 years, because when I came out of graduate school, this was my first job working on designing the CBA, and I didn't realize that, oh my God, so much time has gone by. And you know, the idealism that I had then perhaps has been tempered a little bit with the passage of time, but my resolve certainly has only hardened to ensure that action really has to take place at the community level. And now more than ever, it is so desperately needed, which we need to scale up. I really want to thank Carlos Manuel and all colleagues at GEF and the Adaptation Fund and our partners in Australia for this collaboration, which really has spanned many years and which have brought so much success at the ground level. And I think it is something that we simply have to scale up, particularly in today's context. We are at the cusp of human development declining this year for the first time since we came up with this concept in 1990. That's a reality that we're in right now. The inequalities that are going to be exacerbated as a result of COVID are only going to magnify and are already being felt across the world with the vaccine rollout. And the implications thereof are just devastating in so many countries. And we haven't even yet begun to talk about the other issues that we also have to contend with. The reason why we've also come together, which is to deal with climate change and global environmental issues in general, which have to be tackled. So there's a lot to be done, and the scale of what has to happen is really enormous. And we're not going to be successful unless we empower local action. And that's why I think initiatives like this that we are delighted to bring together into a form of a publication and share with all of you, hopefully offer some insights and inspiration for what could be done, and we believe really need to be scaled up. And in that context, I think the GEF Small Grants Program certainly has played an incredibly important role. More than 41 countries, including 37 SIDS, have been able to benefit from this program. And its focus on empowering local communities to act and contribute to sustainable development, I think, has been well recognized. It's that success that has led to new initiatives. The one that Miko referenced, which we are happy to also start commencing implementation together with the European Union and other partners, which hopefully will augment and complement many of these efforts that are underway. And in fact, it's in line with this idea that has already been discussed here, the need to scale up locally led action that UNDP has also decided to enhance and support and strengthen the support on local action. And we plan to scale up our support to community work together with the GEF and other partners. And I hope that will respond to Sano's call for ambition, which I share with him very much, and I think with all of you, which we are ready to support. So finally, I just want to thank again the Government of Australia and the GEF for their very strong partnership. And I look forward to working with all of you in a number of initiatives together in the future. Thank you. Over to you, Yoko.
Thank you so very much, Pradeep, for launching the Small Grants Program publication on enhancing resilience, and also your passion towards adaptation and working on this program for the very beginning. This really is a sort of consolidation of our lessons learned and building on the local practices and traditional knowledge of local communities, and really the opportunities to scale up together with GEF, with CHIS, and Adaptation Fund, with Miko, and many others that are here. This publication, I would love to have shared with all of you the hard copy, but for today's virtual world, the publication is available on the website of both SGP and also UNDP and GEF. And I hope you will enjoy reading, and the link will be provided in the chat box. And by saying that, I'd love to share also the case studies, many rich stories here, but luckily we have 4 great grantees and speakers today who will be highlighting this in the panel discussion. So hope you would enjoy reading this as well as listening to the conversation later in the panel discussion. And finally, I would really like to close this by sincerely thanking the GEF and Australia for their continued support. Special thanks really goes to Pradeep and Gustavo from GEF Secretariat, Jamie Ispistar, the Ambassador of Environment of the Government of Australia, who provided the joint forward to this publication. And last, a big shout out to our global team of Small Grants Program who have worked diligently on the ground, working on this community-based adaptation work led by Risa Edo and many national coordinators and grantees who are gathered today at this consultation meeting. So with that, thank you very much. And we really look forward to scaling up the local actions on the ground and working with you further in this endeavor. So thank you again, Gabriela, over to you back.
Thank you so much, Yoko, Francois, and Pradeep. Thank you for this presentation. I'm going to try to do something. I want to see if we could get Sano back. It would be very good to hear his rest of his presentation before we move in to open up the conversation for questions. So Sano,
yeah, thank you, Gabriela. I am available. Yeah, I'm here.
Yes,
please.
There you are. Good. So why don't we, and Nico has already, he is on it. So there we go. We'll restart from where you stopped. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you again. Yeah, I am really sorry for the Wi-Fi. So the slide I was talking about, that when you talk about driver of change, and if we want to see the country-driven priorities, country-driven initiatives, then the mechanism should be connected from the beginning, during, at the end. If we want to clearly ensure it is integrated, and then we need to have its baseline. We need to have at the end of the project to quantitative and qualitative data, so that we can build up GEF Vision 2020. What was the achievement there? So it should be built there, and then it can be claimed as the integrated program. So I would like to, I know this don't have enough opportunity to hear from the program director, but hope it will be addressed. So please go to the next slide. Nicholas.
Next slide is on, Sano.
Okay, good, good. Thanks. So here, actually, this slide, mainly theory of change, what was proposed in the GEF 8 replenishment program direction, and we have some redesigned, some updated issues. When you talk about pressures, systematic drivers, and stressors, so we need to recognize the age and sex disaggregated mixed method, sector ministries, communities to take the ownership. And then I will make short because of the timing. And then country driven, when we talk about the country driven strategy, so we need to see what is new in the GEF 8, what was not in GEF 6 or GEF 7. So that need to be clearly identified. One of the things we propose that countries should be supported, should be provided additional resources and empowered so that they know how to do their monitoring, because each and every project should be monitored and annually reported, and there are successful examples. If you want to see the example, you can come to Cambodia, or there are many other countries, or you can go to CIF, how they are using their initiatives and monitored by the governments, and where the multi-stakeholder platforms have been empowered. So that we talked about that platform. So impact and goal level, we should have. We need to clearly identify what is new, what was not before. So we proposed CSO government, PSO, that means private sector organizations, multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms that facilitate the to complement in the GEF investments. Because our overall expectation is to complement in the efforts of the governments, and then support the government initiatives. In the same time, we do the environmental education, climate literacy, we do gender mainstreaming, economic analysis of gender mainstreaming, and all activities. There should be progress and risk trend analysis. It is not only the analysis, it is risk trend analysis. We need to know where we are, where we wanted to reach, and what is the achievement, what are the barriers, and how to overcome. Every project should have this mechanism, and then we should have outputs, outcomes, impacts monitored by the governments. Because when we think about resilience, the sustainability, IEO cannot come and monitor, IEO cannot come and check, evaluate. So the owners of the programs, that means the countries, civil societies, they have to take the ownership. So we have to make that mechanism. And then we talk about integrated approach, the systematic that I told earlier, that we have to build on the GEF 6 and GEF 7. And then we have to promote government participatory dialogue, because in our experience, we don't see real application how the CSOs can engage in the government projects at the country level. There is no, we have excellent mechanism at the global level, we have excellent mechanism at the regional level, but we don't have any mechanism at the country level. So that we propose that to establish the CSO government dialogue platform where CSO want to facilitate this. Next slide, please. Good, thank you. So to do all these last 30 years, more than 30 years, what are the things GEF have been doing that is really great? No question there, but there are something missing because the risk is every day is multiplying. So there are some needs. One is the grassroots beneficiaries. They really don't know what is GEF, because they know World Bank, ADB, UNDP, UNEP, who is the executing agency, supporting resources. So CSO network want to facilitate it. And then limited actions on climate literacy, civic capacity building, including NGOs capacity building, gender empowerment. Because when we talk about the gender mainstreaming, it does not mean that we invite women and children and people to participate and then just finish a meeting and then we demonstrate gender mainstreaming. We need to do the economic analysis. We have to demonstrate if we invest additional $1 for gender mainstreaming the GEF investment, what is the economic return along with other returns, environmental returns. So we have to quantify it and then we have to do it. And absence of effective multi-stakeholder country dialogue platform. We have national dialogues, but it is not a regular event. It should be ongoing for each project where CSO can be the facilitator, government can be the chair, because overall expectation is to contribute, to add value to the government initiatives. So still it is absent. So the network aims to facilitate those unaddressed issues to add higher values to the GEF portfolio. And for that, we have initiated a public petition where we circulated it widely. We have English, we have French, we have Spanish, and individuals and the organizations have been signing on. And I am really very glad to report you that we have now more than 40 millions, and it is very high number of this achievement. It is because of, like example, there are some big groups, Education International, they have 25 million teachers and supporters. They all supported when they have seen, we talk about the environmental education, we talk about the climate literacy, civic capacity building. So that is their target. So when we brought this message, then they also joined the hands. So there are many other groups have been just signing on this. And I again invite all the participants here, please sign on, because we want to do something for the benefit of the global environments. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. So this is the last slide from our side. What do we want? We want to make the betterment of the global environment. And you know, CSO network, CSO representatives are the volunteers. And I'm very glad to report you that the 10th year of my volunteering to the GEF CSO network. And this year I am ending my term as the chair, and then we will have election, new leadership will come. We don't know who will come. And then you will see how excellent we have been contributing. And then we want to add value to the GEF investments. We don't have any competitive initiative, but we have the collaborating and to complementing initiatives, and then enhance accountability. Each and every one, there should be accountable and measurable mechanism for country-driven ownership. If we tell, yes, we want country-driven ownership, but we don't show, as for example, we identified in the GEF 8 mechanism that there are something missing. So we sincerely wish that the GEF Secretariat will consider it, and then we are ready to consult further. So to make it happen, we have recommendation 1 on programming. The should bridge on the achievements made, measurable outputs, outcomes and impacts. If we tell output, outcome, and impact, it should be quantity, it should be there should be quality. So that means cannot be only quality. And then quality control systems. There are a lot of things have been going on, but there is not enough quality control system. We have to bring everyone accountable. We have to make transparent. We have to make sure the value of the money, because this is the money from the people's blood. They are contributing from the taxes. So we have to make our highest effort to high level value for this. And then, not yet. Then the recommendation 2 on monitoring and evaluation. So there should be a country-driven monitoring and reporting system, and countries have to be empowered to do that. And we propose CSO government PSO dialogue platform, so where government will chair the initiatives, and then the agencies can participate, and CSOs can be the facilitating agency. So that would be one of the real presentable, measurable mechanism of the engagement of the civil society. And we know how to demonstrate gender issues, how to engage elderly people, people with disabilities, children and youth. Because when we have a platform, then we can bring the people. If we don't have a platform, then everything remains in a paper. And we request IO to have qualitative and quantitative indicators for all evaluations against the baseline and targets. If no baseline, if no target, we cannot demand this is a resilient project. So we have to have quantitative and qualitative indicators for all resilient projects. Recommendation 3 from the GEF CSO network, we should be recognized. We request and we want to hear particularly from our kind CEO and the council members, please accept GEF CSO network as an agency, a special agency, not like the agency others, because we cannot fulfill all requirements, but we want to establish our secretariat at the DC, and we want to access to the fund resources. We want to support the CSOs, indigenous peoples, to outreach, civic capacity building, climate literacy, anyway, they are meaningful participation from the grassroots level, and keep consultations with the operational focal points for adding higher values and complement in the efforts of the GEF and other climate funded projects. So we don't want to just work. GEF CSO network should be the factor, should be the animator for all climate related projects, not only the GEF funded projects. So this is that we need, and then we are sure we can contribute. And I want to hear the quorum from our two speakers, Sijuru and the Adaptation Fund. So kindly let us know how we can engage in your initiative, how we can get access to resources to support the global CSOs and the communities. And we are ready to serve as a grant-making platform, as I told you, and further discussions can be made, but we want an action and the time is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sano, and we are very happy that you were able to come back and finish your presentation and share your reflections and recommendations and suggestions to the GEF partnership. So thank you so much, Sano, for this presentation. No one wants to hear me speak anymore right now, so I'm going to hand over to Maria Leichner, the Vice Chair of the GEF CSO Network and the co-founder and Executive Director of Fundación ECOS in Uruguay. She will facilitate a dialogue, and she is, if I'm understanding right, looking a little bit at the chats and the comments that have got in, that people have been submitting. And we, just to let everyone know, we have about 10 minutes because we have to move forward in around 8:40 DC time. So thank you, Maria, and over to you to facilitate this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, everyone. I want to make a special thanks to Carlos Manuel to be here today and all the team working together. As Gabriela says, this is your first time in the consultation of the CSOs. And we work together with GEFSEC and the network, the IPAC, and also the staff. Thank you for everyone to organize all this for a long time. We've been doing a lot of work. Just to be all together, we are to this moment 219 participants. I mean, that's marvelous. I mean, it's fantastic to have all these people and all these wonderful comments. It's not easy to have a little time to highlight all the things that we have too. I want to a special thanks Yoko for the presentation and all the work that the SGP do at the global level, and also to Francoise to be around us. But I want to, well, first, thank you, Sano, for the presentation, of course, from the network. And it's a lot of people have a great comment. And the idea here is to highlight if someone wants especially to talk about, it was more than inclusion, I want to just make the biggest comment about the youth people have to be inside. We want to work more and more for a greener, bluer, and inclusive world, planet, our home. And all the activities from the CSO network from 1995 is been trying to help and connect. I have a reflection. To connect all the organizations, and the story is long because from 1995 till today we have a different process, but the major thing is we're trying to be a channel to communicate, to give more and more visualizing thing of the GEF in the countries at a national level, a regional level, and we want to create. That's what we are doing that. The network. I mean, that's the thing that create the connection to work together. And I'm just trying to highlight is please someone.
You are now muted, Maria. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It was nice to hear some music when we talk. The idea of many of our organizations are here, and maybe I want to give to Sana some time to express herself, that she's working in Tunisia very hard, and if someone really want to speak, we can just put it on the conclusions time. Sana, you are there? Yeah. Okay. If not, I just highlight. Okay, Sana. We want to hear you. You are mute.
Yes? Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this good opportunity for I am very happy, as said, friends, that this is a very good opportunity to discuss with everyone, to see all these people and participants in this meeting. And I think that, as we said in our that CSOs have a big role and big responsibilities. BCN and our network, I think that for the next years, we have hard work to do. I think that we make our best for this years, but we have to. But I think we have more space and more responsibility and more tools CSOs to give more, to be more engaged. We have a good experience working on the field, more experience, communication, local community, with government institutions. So it is time to have our place, our responsibilities, and ask GEF CEO and all the GEF secretary to and the councils and all the other agencies that is their place and their role and the work with us. Yeah, we can do good work and we have good experience. We can learn more from other experience. My last recommendation, very quick way. Sorry for my English, but I want to speak English too. I can express myself in French better, but it's a challenge. I want to speak in English. So, for the projects, when we involve CSOs, I think a good chance that these projects will have good results, good, even full-size project or middle project or small grant. And we should think about working at regional level, how we get project. Even climate change projects, for example, we have an experience with WWF and we work in the region of Africa, and it was nice that we can share our experiences and we work together. For example, Tunisia. So, thank you very much for this opportunity and or successful for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sana. I want to clarify that that Sana speaks very very good, excellent French because it's a language, and also Arabic. And I mean, this is it's just she make a lot of effort to speak in English sometimes, but she's clear. As I said, you can understand everything. The one thing that I want to maybe ask is someone of the council members that are in the meeting want to have the floor to answer something or comment about what is the morning session is, because the opportunity to have them and hear all the effort that they've been made at the CSO level and the local communities is important. If not, I want to highlight, because I need to see the hand or someone want to have the space to talk. If not, I just want to finish with some of the comment of, it was a very good comment on Jua on the chat, and also a comment from Oliver, and the Natalie von Haren also, and it is more all related with the funding and the structure of the funding and how can we integrate civil society. I don't want to read all the things, you can see it, but I want you to highlight and see some of the comments that these participants have made. And another comment that is very interesting is from Alphonsine Florentine Chocote, that been commented during the sessions, and all of us. I mean, I think it's Gabriela, I can just finish with this. It's a very, very active and integrated community with the CSO and the GEF and the others members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. And yes, we could have probably spent much more time on these kind of conversations, but just to remember that we will have a lot of time to engage as we move into the next segment of this agenda, where we will have two roundtables and really opening up to much more of a conversation. So again, please make sure to add your comments and your questions in the chat box. Maybe we should take a little breath before we move into the next segment, I do see, and I don't want to cut this short, I don't want to cut Sana off. So I see, Sana, you have a short question. Please, you can ask the question and we could potentially answer the questions later. But please, Sana, I just saw that.
So Gabriela,
Yes.
Okay, good. So I have a question I put into the chat box that we want to hear from Sejuru and Miko how the GEF CSO network can work with them, and is it possible that GEF CSO network can collaborate with them to support their CSO related initiatives? And this is two questions to them, same question to them, and then one more question to our respected CEO. Specific recommendation, theory recommendations, and we want to hear from him how he's envisioning us to support or what exactly he considered about this
I think we lost you there again, Sano. So I will, just to let you know, we have taken note of your questions. We've seen the questions in the chat, and we can have a further discussion on that later. I now also see that Lucy wanted to come in for a question. Lucy, are you there?
Thank you, Gabriela. It's not me exactly who was, if you're saying Lucy Mulenke, yeah, yes. My colleague Giovanni Reyes from Philippines had a short 3 minutes input. He wanted to do that, but I don't know if he's connected now with the issue of connection, but as soon as he comes on, we'll alert you. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you, Lucy. Let's plan to have him to do that short presentation just prior to your conclusion in the last segment of the event today. I hope that will work. Thank you.
Okay, I hope so.
Yes,
too. Thank
maybe you. Yes, thank you so much. Now I muted myself. Sorry about that. Well, thank you so much, Maria, for facilitating the conversation. And this is not the first or the last time for us to have a conversation. So we have taken a record of your question and comments on the chat. So let's move on. And maybe Nicholas can just put on my slide and we can move forward. Slide 3. Oh, there it is. 3, yes. I will have to admit that probably this is the most, for me, the most interesting, was a very exciting segment of the agenda. This is when we really will hear from people around the world on their lessons learned in climate adaptation and resilience. And so I'm very much looking forward to this segment of the agenda. Basically, what we're trying to do with these 2 roundtables is to provide a space for civil society organizations, people working in a project and others to share their lessons learned, and then hopefully to distill some recommendations or elements of consideration that we can think about for future GEF programming and more broadly in the climate adaptation and resilience framework. So with that, I am extremely looking forward to this. So without going into any more details, I would like to first now introduce the Roundtable 1. The Roundtable 1 is really about adaptation lessons and experiences in fragile and conflict-affected situations. We are extremely happy that we have found a very good moderator for this session. And let's see if we can see her. Her name is Cynthia Brady. There you are. Hello and welcome. Cynthia Brady is a global fellow with the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. short, the Wilson Center, in the Environmental Change and Security Program. She has served for a decade or so as a senior advisor with the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is spearheading technical work on the environment, focusing very much on conflict and fragility, and leading even field support for the Office of Conflict Management. She has a long and distinguished history. So with that, I feel extremely confident and happy. And thank you again for facilitating this roundtable. I would like to also take this opportunity just in advance to thank all of the speakers that we will hear from today. And thank you so much. So over to you, Cynthia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm in Washington, D.C., so good morning to everyone from where I am, and good afternoon and good evening to many of you around the world. I appreciate Gabriela and the GEF Secretariat for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. As she mentioned, these are issues that I've worked on very closely for a long time, and it is genuinely a privilege for me to sit with the panelists on the roundtable today and talk about their experiences on the ground and with a number of different organizations. Today, we're going to have the opportunity in this roundtable to reflect on some of the presenters' work as well as their personal experiences, and to focus on how, especially at the level of the GEF and other donor agencies, we can really work with civil society, Indigenous people, and local communities to try to build better bridges between the fields of climate resilience, fragility, and conflict prevention. Also, as Gabriela mentioned, we're really hoping the roundtables will help us walk away with some clear advice and maybe even some recommendations about how to do this work better in the future. So to get us started, I thought I would just say a few words about the framing for this roundtable's conversation. Just picking up a newspaper or clicking on a daily headline, and sometimes for some of us looking around our own communities or our own countries, we are reminded that the world is rife with conflict, and also that it is increasingly threatened by the devastation of extreme weather and climate change. Taking us up to sort of the highest level of global consideration, I wanted to share a few statistics with you. Of the 20 countries deemed most vulnerable to climate change, 12 are already mired in conflict. 10 of 21 ongoing UN peace operations are in countries ranked as most exposed to climate change. And since 2010, the number of major armed conflicts globally has tripled. And that was even before COVID's impact and the experts' forecasts that many more countries and communities will move towards conflict as a result. This is likely ensuring that the conflict climate overlaps are going to become even more widespread in the future. I think the lesson for us here is that we really can't afford to just do development business as usual in many of these places affected by both of these dynamics. Conflict often undermines our sectoral investments, including climate adaptation and mitigation. And there is a very real risk that non-conflict sensitive interventions in places affected by the dynamics of conflict can actually exacerbate social and political fault lines. They can inadvertently reinforce the status quo, or they can even serve to trigger violence. There's a growing consensus that climate change is a risk multiplier for conflict affected and fragile contexts. As an example, the World Bank estimates that the effects of climate change could push an additional 100 million people below the poverty line by 2030. And as another example, last year, the Northern Triangle countries of Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, were hit by 2 massive climate change intensified hurricanes in the span of just 2 weeks. It impacted 7 million people, destroying thousands of homes and displacing nearly 600,000 people. This type of extreme weather devastation is emblematic of projected climate trends in coming years and decades. I think we can all imagine how disputes fueled by the effects of climate change on increasingly stressed land, water, and forests, as well as their impacts on ecosystem services, can exacerbate other existing social, economic, and environmental tensions between people and with governments. Therefore, understanding the local dynamics of conflict and fragility is an essential component of building climate resilience and promoting effective climate adaptation, since the ability of institutions of governance to manage political, economic, and social processes can impact whether a population and a community becomes more or less vulnerable to the climate risks that it's facing. There's also a very important opportunity for synergies across policy and programming portfolios, Because while climate impacts can fuel conflict and insecurity, well-designed climate interventions can actually foster collaboration and help promote peace. And strategic investments in peace building and strengthening institutions can help build resilience to climate change as well. So we know there's never going to be a simple solution to these super complex challenges. But above all, we need to think local, which is why we're here today. We need to listen to civil society, Indigenous people, and local communities themselves in order to better understand the true nature of the very complicated climate change and conflict-related development problems that we are all here trying to help solve. So let me introduce our speakers, and we will certainly benefit from their experiences and many of their lessons learned. I will start with Jan Fernandez Laranoa, who is Chief of the Indigenous Peoples Unit at the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. He is an agricultural economist, and he joined FAO in 1998. He has worked mainly in Latin America and Asia, and coordinated work in the tsunami, avian influenza, the Peruvian earthquake, and the Haiti earthquake. In 2010, Jan joined the Partnerships and UN Relations Division, leading the FAO Civil Society team. And in 2014, he started the FAO Indigenous Peoples Unit. Thank you, Jan. We look forward to hearing from you today. Next, we have Mr. Bobby. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Network Activities Group in Myanmar. Bobby holds a master's degree in regional and rural development planning, and he has a very strong background in participatory planning, policy analysis, and advocacy. His organization, NAG, or NAG, was a key local partner on the Fish Adapt project, strengthening adaptive capacity and resilience of fisheries and aquaculture-dependent livelihoods in Myanmar. This project aims to enable inland and coastal fishery and aquaculture stakeholders to adapt to climate change by understanding and reducing vulnerabilities, piloting new practices and technologies, and sharing information. Mr. Bobby, we're grateful for your participation this morning. We look forward to hearing your experiences. Next, we have Nlemvo Soli Jr. He is project manager on the LDCF project, improving women and children's resilience and capacity to adapt to climate change in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Junior is a seed inspector with the National Seed Service and a consultant on value chains and agronomy. The LDCF project is a community-based project focusing on the needs of women and children in 4 provinces of the DRC: Bandundu, Bakongo, Kasai Oriental, and Katanga. Its goal is to improve the capacities of rural workers and households to reduce vulnerability of communities to climate change. Junior, we're very grateful for your participation this morning as well. Next, we have Fatimatu Buba. She is from the Indigenous Mbororo community of Sabga in Northwest region of Cameroon. She has a bachelor's degree in English from the University of Yaoundé and is a trained teacher from the Higher Teacher Training College in Bambili. She has over 8 years of experience in community development, and she is a 2019 Mandela Washington Fellow. She is the project coordinator of the Madaxon Cattle Breeders Group, a community-led association currently implementing the Community-Based Energy Project, an initiative of the GEF Small Grants Program. Fatimatu, we're very happy to have you with us this morning as well. We know you have a ton of great experience to share with us. Next, we have Ghulam Sadiq, Director of the Organization for Humanitarian Relief in Afghanistan. Ghulam is a program manager with a degree in civil engineering and over 10 years of professional experience. He is currently the director at the OCHR. OCHR is a national humanitarian development NGO established in Afghanistan in 2015 with the aim of contributing to peace building. OCHR's approach includes sustainable development and focusing on ultra-poor communities of Afghanistan. Ghulam, we are very grateful for your participation and for bringing the perspectives of Afghanistan to the conversation. And finally, after the panelists, I would like to turn it over to our discussant, Katia Kwan Idba, who is a climate change specialist with the GEF. So with that very long introduction, let us get right into it. I am going to ask Jan to be our first speaker. And the question that we've asked him to reflect on this morning is, from your work with FAO, could you just tell us a little bit about how you approach working on climate adaptation in conflict-affected or fragile environments, and maybe share with us any lessons learned about successful mechanisms or best practices that you have found for working well with civil society, Indigenous groups, and local communities? Over to you, Jan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia, and thank you and to everyone, and thank you to Jeff for inviting us. My name is Jan. I will be speaking mainly on the work we do with indigenous peoples, and I will answer your questions addressing what is that we are doing and some of the things that we have learned, and things that we need to do differently. I'll be sharing my screen. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm not going to read every single slide, so you will be with me. I'll just go through it rather fast. So can you see my screen, Cynthia and colleagues? Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be talking about two important solutions that we have found that are extremely important to address climate change related matters. One is the indigenous peoples biocentric restoration, and the other one is the importance of co-creating knowledge with indigenous peoples. Let me see if I can get. So, of course, you know that indigenous peoples are more than 476 million. They live in 90 countries across the world. And even though they are 6% of the population, they are 18% of the stream port. What is very important is that they speak more than 5,000 languages because of the different groups that they belong to. And what is unique about the indigenous peoples is the wealth of traditional knowledge and expertise they have about the environment. And this is being acknowledged by more and more scientists across the world. We started working on traditional knowledge thanks to indigenous youth, and often we neglect indigenous youth. They came to Rome, they met with the senior management, and they looked at the work program we have with indigenous peoples, and they say, you have forgotten probably the most important pillar of work, and that is traditional knowledge and climate change. So we did include it in our work plan, and ever since we've been working with indigenous women and indigenous youth. The work of FAO on indigenous peoples goes back a long time. In 2004, the voluntary guidelines on the right to adequate food already indicate that for indigenous peoples, territory is fundamental to guarantee the right to food. Without territory, you cannot guarantee the right to food of indigenous peoples. But in 2009, before even we had a policy on indigenous peoples, FAO started to work, in this case with McGill University, on the importance of indigenous peoples' food systems, not only for nutrition, but also for the environment. In 2015, indigenous leaders asked FAO to lead a cluster on indigenous people's food systems, and we've been doing that ever since. In 2018, we host a high-level expert seminar on indigenous people's food systems and the centrality that they have to guarantee environmental protection, to combat climate change, but also to protect biodiversity. In 2019, we had the first expert seminar on traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples in the Arctic region. It was extremely informative because we looked into a part of the world that often gets neglected in our work. And what is important here is that in 2020, we put forward in front of the member countries of FAO the necessity to launch a global hub on indigenous people's food systems, a center of knowledge that could look at indigenous peoples. What is that we are looking at? Of course, in GEF, you know these maps very well, the importance of how protected areas and pockets of biodiversity do coincide with indigenous people's territories, and the importance to maintain the resilience of indigenous people's food systems to protect the biodiversity that remains in these pockets of land. But there is something that we often neglect, and is the importance and relation between health and nutrition, language and culture, natural resources and biodiversity, and how this informs the cosmogony of indigenous people's food system. What we have seen, Cynthia and colleagues, is that when one of these elements suffers, the indigenous people's food system tends to disappear and fade away, and this is fatal for humanity. There's an important consideration. When we do research with indigenous peoples in the ground, we have a difficulty in finding many of the scientific or botanical names for many of the food items that they consume. So the diversity of foods that are generated and extracted by indigenous people's food systems often is not accounted for by the scientific body of knowledge that we approach these systems to better understand them with. And this is one of the first take-home messages I would like to leave to all the panelists. Now, what is the role in relation to building resilience and adaptation to climate change? I talked earlier about the importance of indigenous-led solutions, and this is why we are working on the indigenous biocentric restoration approach. We submitted this proposal to GEF 2 years ago. It did not get funded, and we are implementing it through other donors' funds because this is fundamental for indigenous peoples to connect food with their territory, with their cosmogony, and restore degraded lands, often by external actors. The other thing that I mentioned is the Global Hub as a knowledge platform that co-creates knowledge between scientists, academics, universities, and indigenous organizations. And I'm very glad to say that we will be launching on the 25th of June, of course, all of you are invited, a book that we've been doing research on the ground for 4 years with indigenous organizations. And we looked specifically at this. We looked at sustainability and resilience from the front line of climate change. We have worked with 11 indigenous peoples across the world in 8 different indigenous ecosystems, and we are presenting what are the threats that are menacing these indigenous peoples' food systems across the world. We are following and we are providing support to the UN Food Systems Summit because it's essential to connect the Global Summit on Food Systems with what we are doing in climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation. So we put together and we coordinated the wide WIPALA paper on indigenous people's food systems with more than 60 contributions from 39 organizations from across the world. What are some of the lessons learned? One of the main one is that the current approaches to include indigenous peoples are insufficient. And these are peoples that very often are already behind. So the spirit of leaving no one behind is not enough. We need to find mechanisms that reduces the asymmetries of power that they have when negotiating and when discussing issues that affect their lives. We tend to treat indigenous peoples as vulnerable, and this is part of the problem. They are vulnerable in many ways, but at the same time, they have a wealth of expertise that we often overlook and we don't understand. So it's important to also treat them with dignity and put them as equal partners at the table of negotiation so that they can express what is that they need from UN agencies, financial institutions, and so forth. We lack interculturality in most of our policies and programs, and that's why the co-creation of knowledge with indigenous peoples, we believe, is essential to address the issues of interculturality that we are not including effectively in our work. Free, prior, and informed consent is fundamental, but it is not being mainstreamed in coherent ways, neither by the donors, nor by the UN agencies, nor by the governments. And this creates many problems for indigenous peoples across the world, and it's a source of vulnerability for them. The recognition of indigenous peoples as some of the best experts in the world in preserving biodiversity and biodiversity and to fight climate change has not been matched by effective measures to support them directly. We often go through the ministries of environment, through UN agencies, and sometimes the support does not reach them as being then the knowledge holders in this process. And working with indigenous people's food systems is essential to preserve biodiversity. Very often we concentrate in preserving biodiversity and protected areas, and we neglect indigenous people's food systems. Indigenous people's food systems are some of the few systems in the world that are sustainable, that are resilient, and are capable of generating food while preserving the biodiversity. So let me stop here and return to you, Cinzia. Thank you so very much for the use of the word.
Jan, thank you so much for your presentation. Your slides were very helpful, and I very much appreciate your highlighting of the importance of traditional knowledge, which also speaks to the importance of all of us focusing on all different types of formal and informal systems of resource management and governance in general. And you spoke very well to the interlinked systems for Indigenous people between health and environment and food, but for all communities. And as we talk about the goal of building resilience and the challenges of climate change and conflict specifically, for all of us to really be mindful of how interconnected and dynamic and mutually influencing each of those components really are. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Bobby, who will talk to us a bit about Myanmar and his experiences. Thank you very much, Mr. Bobby.
You are muted, Bobby. Ah, there you go.
Yes. Please share my PowerPoint. Excuse me. Okay, yeah.
Bonjour.
Yeah. So actually, the role of civil societies is very prominent in the climate change and the fragility. So even more important, especially like in the case of Myanmar, where starting from the 1st February, we have a military coup. So that the role of civil societies is even more important for Myanmar. least developed country as well as the most fragile country in the Southeast Asia. So there are many aspects where the civil societies can contribute for building the resilience as well as to adapting to the climate change. So on one way is like contributing to the awareness, education and training, because civil societies are the organization and the people who are more closer to the ground. They have a better access to the community. They understand the context, and also they have a similar understanding and the language with the community. And also civil society can play a good role for supporting the climate change adaptation plan and the CBDRM plan, because they understand the context and they also understand the challenges on the ground. And civil society can also mobilize the resources, and not only financial resources, but also natural, financial, and also human resources, and social and the human resources as well. And civil society are always supporting for the implementation processes together with the community for implementation of the climate change program and project as well. And not the last but not the least is the advocacy processes. So civil society can support advocacy together with the community because they can understand and represent for the better representing and also the right for the local community. So please go to the next slide. Regarding to the key lessons learned, I want to highlight two important points. One is the importance of the strengthening local institutions and their capacities, which is very much important. So without the local institution and their capacity, whatever we invest on the ground will be taken away within a few years or a few moments. So by strengthening the local institution and their capacities, so they will have an improved recognition by the local authority as well as by the civil society and the private sector. And at the same time, they can have a better access to the funding opportunity. And they can also mobilize their own internal resources as well, so that we can mesh together to implement the program and the project. And they will have a better access to the private sector and the market. And they can have a kind of a joint planning and implementing together. What I mean is we may have many community, but they may have a limited the connectivity. So if they can work together for the joint planning and implementation, the result will be even much better. So that this is also very important. So it is not a kind of a silo approach. We want to work with connectivity issues as well as the joint implementation as well. And also they will improve accountability when they have a strength on the institutional level capacity. Please click for one more. I have, and the second, the second experience. Go back, please. Go back to the previous slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So one important aspect is, there are many plans like, the climate change adaptation plan and the CBDRM plan. So most of the project has invested together with the community to develop. But most of the time, these plans are just like on paper. It is very difficult to implement on the ground. It is a kind of a realization issue because they have a limited resource so that they cannot implement. And they have also limited capacity. These are the two important, the key lessons that I want to make. One is the importance of the strengthening local institution and capacity. Another one is the allocation of the resources for the community to implement the program and the project. So next slide, please. I want to stress on the three recommendations for the climate change adaptation, especially in the context of the fragility. So, especially in the case of our country, so most of the program and the project are not fully concept at the time of the planning. So that when it's come to the implementation, it is the community is very new for the project, so that the identifications and the implementation stages are more difficult. So that what I want to stress is like even in the very early stage, in the design stage, so the project holder should fully consult with the community in every aspect of the project so that they are fully on board, and it will be much easier for facilitation of the different projects, because at the final stage, the community is the most important, the stakeholder for the benefit, as well as the problem that most of the project can make for them. And second point is one of the important, especially we focus on the strengthening local institutions and their capacity, which is I also highlighted in the lesson as well. Another one is like even GEF project have funded quite a good lump sum of the budget for the project, like 5 million, 10 million. But when it reached to the implementation rightly to the community, it is very small. So that we have to allocate sufficient resource for the community action. So it is important because otherwise it will be difficult for them to realize their action. So thank you. This is end of my presentation.
Mr. Bobby, thank you so much. You brought to light on so many really important issues around implementation. I would just highlight from the beginning of your points the important role that civil society plays, because they're the only ones who are really close to the local context and can help organizations like the GEF who wish to provide funding and support to really better understand the challenges that are faced by local people and to help get the solutions right. Investing in those local institutions really does bring more sustainability and accountability over time. And your final recommendations, I am sure the GEF Secretariat is taking note of for our advice moving forward about how to do all of this better. Thank you so much. Next, we are going to turn to Junior, who is in the Democratic Republic of Congo, one of my favorite countries in the world. And Junior, if you could talk to us a little bit about your project and your own personal experience and implementation, and the role of local communities or civil society in contributing to building resilience for climate change and mitigating conflict. Junior, thank you so much.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Voilà. Est-ce que je suis entendu? Est-ce que vous me suivez? Allô?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank
merci
you.
beaucoup.
Thank
Donc,
you.
OK. Merci beaucoup. En fait, je voudrais parler du projet, du contexte. En République démocratique du Congo, il a été mis en place un programme, c'est-à-dire il s'agissait du programme d'action nationale d'adaptation, évidemment face aux problèmes relatifs au changement climatique. Et dans ces cadres de ces programmes-là, il y a eu un certain nombre de projets qui ont été développés. Et par rapport au contexte actuel, je vous parle du projet PANA-AFE. Et il s'agissait du renforcement de la résilience et des capacités d'adaptation des femmes et des enfants face au changement climatique. Et par rapport à ces projets-là, il y avait un objectif qui était poursuivi, à savoir l'amélioration des capacités, des capacités d'adaptation des producteurs et des ménages en vue de réduire la vulnérabilité touchée au changement climatique. Et par remarquerez qu'il n'y a eu que 4 provinces qui ont ici, on peut défiler. Donc, je disais qu'il y avait 4 provinces qui avaient été prises en compte par rapport à Sral, la Lomami, les Haut-Katanga, ainsi que la province du Kwilu. Et vous remarquerez qu'il s'agit des villages qui étaient situés autour des centres de recherche de l'INERA. L'INERA, c'est tout être institut national de recherche agronomique en République démocratique du Congo. Et donc, les villages qui ont été identifiés par rapport à les villages situés dans les alentours de ces centres de recherche de l'INERA Gimpi. Et sur les 4 provinces en question, il y a eu au total 25 villages qui ont été pris en compte en vue d'implémenter ces programmes ici. Et par rapport à cela, il y a eu 2 résultats majeurs que nous devrions chercher. D'abord, mettre en place des moyens de substance et aussi renforcer les compétences. Et par rapport à ces programmes, par rapport à la réalisation du projet, déjà, comme venait de dire les panélistes précédents, nous avons d'abord commencé par mettre en place des coopératives agricoles, puisqu'on ne pouvait pas mettre en place où l'action être vouée ou être tournée vers des personnes. C'est comme cela que nous avons eu, dans notre façon de faire, à mettre en œuvre ou à mettre en place des coopératives agricoles afin de pérenniser les actions que les projets devaient mener. Ça, c'était une première action que nous avons eu à mettre en place par rapport à ces projets ici. Et en plus de cela, nous avons également fait la diffusion et la vulgarisation des variétés résilientes au changement climatique. Et ces variétés ont été inscrites au catalogue variétal national et donc qui sont maintenant en utilisation dans les différentes provinces où les projets ont eu à mettre en place ces variétés. Au-delà de cela, une autre activité ou action que nous avons eu à mener, puisque nous sommes face aux contraintes liées au changement climatique, nous avons introduit l'aspect de la diffusion de l'information agrométéorologique au travers les radios communautaires, à travers les différentes provinces, afin de collecter ces données et les diffuser à travers ces radios pourvu que les communautés sachent très bien planifier les activités agricoles, puisque nous sommes face à une situation d'adaptation au changement climatique. En outre, il y a eu aussi le développement des activités génératrices de revenus. Comprenez que face au problème du changement climatique, en République démocratique du Congo, pratiquement plus de 80% de la communauté vit de l'agriculture. Et c'est comme cela qu'au travers de l'organisation des activités génératrices de revenus, nous avons eu à insister sur la transformation des produits agricoles. C'est un aspect que nous avons eu à développer. Au-delà de cela, et face au problème des perturbations de pluie, nous avons eu à aménager des sites hydro-agricoles afin que ces communautés qui sont prises en compte dans le cadre de ces projets puissent facilement produire à temps et à contre-temps, aussi bien en saison de pluie tout comme en saison sèche, aussi bien les produits maraîchers que les produits vivriers. Et comme du fait de cette intervention dans ces milieux-là, nous avons eu à observer, par exemple, la diversification des sources de revenus. Et cette diversification s'est démontrée, par exemple, par la pisciculture. Nous avons eu à aménager des étangs piscicoles pourvu que les communautés s'adonnent également à la pratique de la pisciculture. Et nous avons eu également à faire de l'élevage au niveau des communautés. Et cet élevage a consisté, par exemple, à l'introduction des coquelets des races, pourvu qu'on améliore les races locales et de cette façon-là, contribuer à l'amélioration des revenus au sein des communautés. Et en outre, puisqu'il s'agit du renforcement de la capacité d'adaptation des femmes et des enfants, nous avons eu à mettre en place des stratégies devant permettre l'autonomisation de la femme afin de gérer les unités de transformation qui ont été mises en place. Voilà, de façon résumée, ce que nous avons eu à faire comme intervention dans le cadre de ces projets. Et je me joins aux panélistes précédents par rapport aux recommandations qui ont été faites, quand bien même que je n'ai pas eu à les mettre dans mon slide, mais ça rencontre totalement tout ce que j'avais eu à
Junior, I think that we have lost you at just the right moment because we heard your full presentation. Thank you so much.
Comme avis par rapport aux recommandations à soumettre auprès des actions qui pourraient être entreprises dans les jours à venir.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Junior. I just wanted to pick up on a few points that he made that resonate with some of the other speakers also. Junior, you talked about the importance of sequencing your programming correctly, and you mentioned that you started with farmers cooperatives, not just individuals, in order to try to build larger capacity and make the project impact more sustainable over time. And like other speakers, and I noticed in the chat during the course of the morning, many people also talked about the importance of building the capacity of multiple different groups of people, including women and children, as Junior spoke about just now, as he talked about improving the capacities of producers and households. And last, I wanted to highlight your point about the importance of communication and using tools and easily accessible communication platforms for reaching communities. You talked about community radio and the importance of that in your programming. Thank you so much. Next, we would like to turn to our speaker, Fatimatu. We look forward to hearing from you. There you are. Thank you so much. If you could also tell us a bit about your project and your personal observations about the important role of local communities and civil society in contributing to building climate resilience and addressing conflict or conflict prevention. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the presenters. So I'm Fatimatu Buba.
You're muted.
Go to the next slide. Okay.
Oh no, you're muted again for some reason. There.
Okay, I'm Fatimatu Buba. I'm the project coordinator of Madaxon Cattle Breeders Group, a community-led based organization currently implementing the project of the GEF Small Grants Program Initiative. And the Madaxon Cattle Breeders Group was created with the mission of empowering indigenous pastoralist women on actions that foster environmental sustainability in the Northwest region of Cameroon. So far, we've been implementing projects in the Northwest region over the years, but due to the political unrest in the Northwest region of Cameroon, we've moved, a lot of people have relocated to other areas due to insecurity, cattle theft, and the other insecurity aspects. So we are implementing our projects in other areas while working with the internally displaced persons from the northwest region of Cameroon.
Oh, you're muted again. I'm sorry.
Slide. Okay.
Again, you're muted. I think it is when you change your slides in front of you that you mute yourself. So
yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. So our project is on the empowerment of indigenous rural women on solar energy installation to ensure milk preservation for sustainable livelihoods. We are carrying out this activity in 3 indigenous communities in the country, that is the Yolo community in Andidango in the west region of Cameroon and Botombo in the central region of Cameroon. So far, we've trained 60 indigenous pastoralist women on the installation and maintenance of solar energy equipment to ensure milk preservation for sustainable livelihoods and also for environmental protection. This has gone a long way to help them to preserve their dairy products, to help them generate income for their families, as well as watch television to catch up with current events around the world. We've also trained women on, sorry, I'm going to send the slide later. So we have trained women on, we have sensitized over 70 women on the negative impact of deforestation and have trained them on the need to use energy clay saving ovens to combat climate change. We know deforestation is one of the root causes of climate change in our communities. So we are trying our best to see that deforestation is reduced. And we've also trained women on sustainable income generating activities as an alternative source of livelihood to help them generate income for their families in Didango community in the west region of Cameroon.
You are muted. Sorry.
Try to move to the next slide. Okay. Sensitization on negative impact of deforestation in the central region of Cameroon. I don't know what's happening with that. Anyway, let me just go ahead. We've also raised awareness on the COVID-19 pandemic in the 3 IP communities and have provided them with hygiene and sanitary kits and have built the capacity of indigenous women on sewing of renewable face masks to combat the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in the communities. So the lessons learned from working with indigenous communities is the fact that it is always very important to involve them in the designing of the project and also implementation of the project, as well as follow-up and monitoring, especially under traditional institutions with key focus on climate adaptation strategies like the use of renewable energy, and also training programs on economic empowerment to help them gain financial independence and food security as well, especially in an environment or in an economy with so much political unrest. And the key lessons I've learned working with people is that it is always very important to respect the principle or concept of free, prior, and informed consent, as well as working very closely with local authorities. As well as in a fragile conflict area, it is always good to avoid projects geared towards political topics. So my recommendation to the Global Environment Facility is also to strengthen the capacity of local institutions like traditional rulers, and also not to be scared of working in crisis affected zones, because when we talk of crisis affected zone, it is not like the whole area is unstable. There are some places where we can implement projects. Projects are still ongoing in the northwest region of Cameroon as we speak now. So we are calling on GEF to maybe address the problem of soil degradation, which is affecting indigenous communities due to overgrazing. We can intervene now and do something. Let's not just wait for the crisis to come to an end. We all know that it's definitely going to come to an end, but while waiting for it to come to an end, we can do something. Thank you so much.
Fatimatu, those were really useful lessons that you have already learned in the short period of this project. Thank you. It was helpful to hear how you talked about the program first having to deal with the physical insecurity in the region, recognizing the physical limitations, but to not be afraid to be bold and to work where you can, when you can, to push for the progress. I think you highlighted very well that even when working in a crisis context, you can find opportunities. Sometimes, for example, having to shift to deal with something like the COVID pandemic, you actually have an opportunity to push forward work in an area that you hadn't anticipated because it is related to the other food systems work, to the other agricultural development work, etc. And you are ultimately investing in building the capacities of the local authorities and the local populations, which will stand them in a better place to deal with the threats from climate change in the future. That was very, very helpful. Thank you so much. And we will now turn to our final presenter this morning, Ghulam Sadiq. And Ghulam, we look forward to hearing from you about some of your lessons learned and your own experiences in Afghanistan. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Present here, and hopefully you are hearing me loud and clear. If not, please let me know right away. As introduced, this is Ghulam Sadiq from Afghanistan, and I'm the director of OCHR, a local humanitarian development organization established in Afghanistan. Sorry, I will not be able to start the video because of the low connection. OCHR is a grantee partner of GEF Small Grant Program in Afghanistan in Operation Phase 6 and 7. Next, Risa, please. Okay, it's very obvious. I believe it's very obvious to everyone that Afghanistan has a long history of conflict and war. A country with a context of crisis, impact, needs, recurrent natural disasters, increasing poverty, and COVID-19 are devastating the people of Afghanistan. These sectors played a major role to impact the country's climate and its people's resilience. Next. Yeah, it's okay. Kunar province is famous for its forest and water resources, very much degraded due to factors discussed earlier. OCHR partner in partnership with the UNDP and co-financing from Good Neighbors International in 2019 implemented Kunal River Bank forestation for water conservation and improved livelihood projects. The project activities were to improve the livelihood and lives of people through the climate resilient approaches, and the main project activities are like to establish environmental protection committee EPC to deliver the community awareness management programs. The main results and which were achieved through this activity was to the community people understand the project, can work together on shared piece of land, peace building among the community members, and the approaches, and through different trainings, they were trained on the resilient approaches they can adopt and make their livelihood better and to improve and to contribute towards the area's climate. Next. Risa. Okay, the second activity, which was one of the major and bold activity of the project, was to support community sustainable development initiative through plantation program within the selected river bank areas. Result was like 6,000 trees were planted by the community themselves. The community play its role in mitigation of deforestation and its effects on climate. Risa? Okay, the third activity which under the project was implemented was to promote the sustainable water management and environmental technology. a water tank with the capacity of 59,000 liter with waterhead of 65 meter height constructed. The solar panel were installed, and people know the value of water and its conservation for agriculture use. Risa, next please. Hello, Risa. Okay, one of the major activity for particularly for the improved livelihood under the project was to develop and support nurseries that can produce seeding of the fruit and non-fruit trees and medicinal and aromatic plants. Nurseries were established. 4 of them were fruit and non-fruit, and 4 of them were medicinal and aromatic plants. Communities are trained on the value chain services, market linkages, dependencies on the agriculture and climate resilience crop. Community-based user group, particularly consisting of women, were established and trained on nursery management. Risa? Okay, that was a very short presentation from my side. Concluding the presentation, I would like to add that the SGP funded project has empowered the communities and built their resilience to climate and environmental impacts in a very difficult and challenging context in a country like Afghanistan. Thank you very much.
Ghulam Siddiq, thank you so much for sharing with us all of those different interventions in such a concise presentation. You helped us see all of the work that's being done. And I think you very well made the point that even in a place which is heavily affected by many different levels of conflict, so much work can be done to improve environmental management and to help people come together to work towards common goals. And again, like Fatimatu before you, I think you well made the point that we can and should be bold in moving into take the opportunity to build resilience to climate change, even when the context in which we are working can be challenging. Thank you so much. And I would like to give the final word on this panel to our colleague Katya, who is very familiar with many of these projects from her work in the GEF. Thank you, Katya.
Thanks, Cynthia. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to thank all the speakers for their interventions. We are so delighted to hear from such a diverse range of speakers about all the critical interventions that are underway in the most vulnerable countries that we serve. So I just want to be brief because I know that we only have 3 minutes. So I just wanted to highlight some of the points that were raised by Jan, Junior, Bobby, as well as Fatimatu and Ghulam regarding strategies and approaches that have worked in their interventions, particularly 3 recommendations that seem to resonate from all of the speakers, which include leveraging existing local and traditional knowledge using a people-centric approach, which I think was first highlighted by Jan. His intervention emphasized the importance of centering approaches around the inherent connectivity between territoriality, indigenous food systems, and traditional knowledge to address climate change. This is particularly relevant and applicable across all LDCs and developing countries, including fragile and conflict-affected situations, where local and traditional knowledge is a key tool for helping communities to adapt. The second is inclusion of marginalized groups, which was well highlighted in the DRC by Junior. I think the lesson was clear that increasing the resilience of vulnerable communities hinged on ensuring the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups like women and youth. In the DRC case, it was through establishment of farmers groups, which empowered these groups by ensuring their inclusion in productive processes. The last one is participatory approaches and collaboration across different levels of governance, but also across different levels of society. I think this was well highlighted by Bobby in Myanmar, and how NAG has supported the LDCF project Fish Adapt in strengthening local institutions, which in turn led to improved recognition and access to rights, better linkages with markets, and improved accountability. The experience in Myanmar also highlights the critical importance of public consultation from the design phase and also into the implementation phase, which I think is also something that resonated across all the speakers, as well as allocating sufficient resources for community-led actions and how CSOs can assist in the mobilization of resources. Just to quickly tie in the stories that we heard just now to the LDCF portfolio and what we're already doing in fragile and conflict-affected situations. There is a significant overlap between countries which are characterized as fragile or conflict-affected and those which are designated as LDCs. 70% of fragile or conflict-affected situations are also LDCs, while approximately half of LDCs are on the World Bank's harmonized list of fragile situations. That being said, fragility is especially important to the LDCF, which is the only climate fund dedicated to serving the unique needs of the LDCs. And we have provided and will continue to provide financing for the urgent and long-term adaptation needs of these countries. This is clearly articulated in our long-term programming strategy, under which the threat multiplying nature of climate change on fragile situations is a key consideration in the formulation of our priorities, and where we're already financing critical support to build resilience in the most vulnerable communities, as reflected by the testimonies that we heard earlier. This continues to be a key area of interest for many of our donors, and it's a strategic programming pillar of many of our agencies, as well as of the GEF itself. In the LDCF SCF strategy, it's captured under climate security, which is an entry point under the adaptation strategy's first objective. So we are particularly cognizant that in the absence of strong public institutions, CSOs tend to become primary providers of basic social services, and this is well reflected across the LDCF portfolio already, as we heard today. Where GEF agencies and other donor-funded implementation agencies rely on CSOs and CBOs to deliver goods and services, which inherently decreases vulnerability to shocks and stressors, including those caused by a rapidly changing climate. So as Chiz mentioned in her introduction, 5 out of the 7 projects in the current LDCF work program that are up for consideration of the council next week are in FCS countries. And in the last work program, which was approved in December, again, out of 9 projects, 4 were in FCS countries. And every single one of these projects engaged CSOs and IPLCs in some way. All this being said, none of this would be possible without the local communities we work with across the 46 LDCs that we work in. And recognizing that a reliance on CSOs is likely to prevail for the foreseeable future, particularly within the context of the COVID pandemic, we are really happy that we were able to participate in an exercise like this, which is aimed at ensuring that CSO engagement going forward is more robust and effective, while also being reflective of the good work that's already happening. I think I'll end here and hand it back to Cynthia. Thank you.
Katya, thank you for reflecting so well so many of the important things that were highlighted, and I think showing our due appreciation and respect for the work of all of the panelists. Thank you so much. And I think that with that, we can wrap up the panel and trust that the GEF Secretariat has captured some really important specific recommendations out of this panel for moving forward. And Gabriela, we'll turn it back over to you. Thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists for participating with us this morning.
Yes, and much thanks from me too. And thank you, Cynthia, for the great moderation of this conversation. And thank you, Jon, Bobby, Junior, Fadimato, and Golan, and Katya for the great sort of summary. This has been absolutely a fabulous conversation of a really important topic. I'm trying to push us forward, so I'm going to go straight to introducing Roundtable 2, and that will be moderated by Ed Carr. Good morning, Ed, and welcome. And Ed Carr is the Director and Professor of the International Development Community and Environmental Department at the Clark University here in the US. He is also a panel on climate change adaptation of the GEF Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel. He has authored numerous books. I think the bio said 70 publications on issues on development, livelihoods, adaptation to climate change, the global environment, etc. This particular roundtable will focus, and Ed will provide further information on the details, but we'll focus on inclusion in community-based and autonomous adaptation. And I trust that all of the speakers are in good hands with Ed, and I thank Ed and every speaker from the onset. Thank you so much, and over to you, Ed.
Thank you very much, Gabriella, and thank you everyone for being here this morning. We've just heard a fantastic panel before this, and I fully expect that this panel will live up to the high standard that was just set for us. So as Gabriella just said, this is a panel to discuss inclusion in community-based and autonomous adaptation. And so just to offer a few framing thoughts at the beginning before we move in. Community-based adaptation integrates local people and communities into efforts to manage or avoid the negative effects and pressures of climate change, while identifying and leveraging opportunities that might arise as changes occur. This approach incorporates and builds upon existing means of coping or adapting to shocks and stressors used by communities and individuals to address the potential impacts of climate change. Attention to such autonomous adaptations facilitates project identification and design that bolsters existing successful practices to make communities stronger and more resilient to climate change, while integrating highly localized knowledge and traditions held by these communities into new initiatives and interventions. At the same time, sensitivity to autonomous adaptation ensures that community-based adaptation interventions do not unintentionally undermine existing practices that provide safety and security in the face of a changing climate. This is a critically important point. All too often, vulnerable people are presumed to lack adaptive capacity and ability, when in fact they have well-developed means of managing the shocks and stressors that challenge them. This is not to suggest that vulnerable populations are without any needs, that they don't need any kind of assistance, but that our assistance is not arriving in places where there is no capacity. Thus, we must be careful in our problem identifications and our intervention selections and design to look for and understand what people are already doing to manage risk and vulnerability and the implications of these efforts for people's well-being. What challenges do they manage and which challenges are not managed? Whose challenges are managed and whose are not? And are the challenges that we're dealing with managed in a manner that creates opportunity or which limits pathways into the future? In short, implementing a community-based adaptation project sensitive to autonomous adaptation requires attention to who is adapting, to what, and why they are adapting the way they are, as vulnerability to climate change can vary within communities and even within households. Lessons regarding who we include in community-based adaptation project design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, and how we include them are critical for identifying good practices for community-based adaptation going forward. All these points highlight why understanding what is happening on the ground is so critical for the achievement of climate adaptation and sustainable development goals, and therefore why CSO engagement is so critical to this topic. So with that setup, I'd like to do two very quick things. The first is, as you did in the first panel, to encourage everyone to use the chat function to ask questions as the roundtable proceeds. We will try to address these questions if we have time at the end in the open discussion for this panel. And the second thing is to sort of set up how this session will go. I'm going to first invite a speaker to the stage, Jorge Rodriguez Zuniga. I'm going to ask him to give a short presentation. And then after that presentation, I'll introduce our panel and we'll go into the panel discussion. So first, I'd like to welcome Jorge Rodriguez Zuniga, head of the Forest Fund in Costa Rica, the governmental institution where the RED Secretariat is hosted and where it leads RED processes in Costa Rica. And I'm going to ask him to discuss their experiences engaging with civil society to balance top-down and bottom-up approaches to the topics of community-based programming. Señor Rodriguez Zuniga, bienvenidos.
Muchísimas gracias, Edward. Muy buenos días, tardes y noches a todas y todas, estimados y estimadas colegas. Bueno, quisiera compartir por el tiempo que tenemos en las experiencias que hemos vivido nosotros en Costa Rica con lo que es el programa de pago por servicios ambientales, la relación con los territorios indígenas, la sociedad civil, y también decir que bueno, agradecer primero al GEF por la invitación que me hace, pero también es importante mencionarles a ustedes que hoy lo que Costa Rica está recogiendo es producto de 25 años de experiencias con un programa que iniciamos en 1997. Y ya en 1999 nosotros estábamos gestionando un empréstito con el Banco Mundial, el cual se efectuó ese primer empréstito, porque fueron dos, entre ambos 62 millones de dólares. En los dos venía una donación del GEF. En el primer proyecto de Ecomercados, que así se denominó, esa donación de 8 millones de dólares del GEF, uno de los indicadores que nosotros teníamos para demostrar éxito en la implementación, es que debía existir al menos un 30% de incremento en la incorporación de mujeres en el programa de pago por servicios ambientales, y también importante que al menos un 100% del área que estaba en PSA en territorios indígenas, o sea, duplicar ese acceso. Ese ha sido un proceso largo, yo creo que ese ha sido un proceso muy exitoso porque, como lo decían los anteriores expositores, conocer la dinámica en las comunidades locales y particularmente en los territorios indígenas no es fácil. Aquí en Costa Rica hablamos de 8 etnias, de una población, 24 territorios indígenas, 8 etnias y una población de 105,000 compañeros indígenas. ¿Qué pasó entonces en todo este proceso? Una vez que salió o se lanzó en Bali lo que es la propuesta RED, Costa Rica mencionó que nosotros veníamos trabajando en lo que en ese momento se llamaba RED desde 1996 o antes de eso, creando las áreas silvestres protegidas y consolidado lo que es el programa de pago por servicios ambientales en la ley forestal. Bueno, nosotros entendimos que no teníamos conocimiento de cómo iba a operar o cómo es la dinámica de trabajo, la dinámica económica, la dinámica social en cada uno de los territorios. Y desde el 2008 nosotros invitamos a líderes indígenas a para presentarles lo que era RED y decirle, bueno, cómo lo trabajamos esto para que ustedes se sientan totalmente incorporados y satisfechos con eso. Tenemos claro nosotros en Costa Rica el consentimiento previo, libre e informado que tenemos que poner en práctica de acuerdo a los compromisos suscritos por el país. Y ahí empezamos a trabajar con los diferentes territorios indígenas. ¿Qué hicimos nosotros? ¿Qué fue la primera de las cosas que hicimos? Bueno, una fue hacer un mapeo de todos los actores que tenían que participar o que considerábamos nosotros participar en cada uno de los territorios, que si bien es cierto, son 24 territorios, no todas las gobernanzas en cada uno son espejo uno de otro. Hicimos eso, un mapeo de todos los actores. Se definió también para que todas las partes que estábamos involucradas en eso tuviéramos efectivamente claro cuál era el proceso de participación. Eso y nos invitó, y así lo hicimos, a sacar una serie de decretos en donde cada una de las personas, tanto instituciones como personas, tuvieran muy bien claro cuál era el rol que íbamos a tener. Se identificó también aquí cuál es la institución encargada de eso. También importante para todo este proceso fue los procesos de cómo seleccionar los representantes de cada una de las personas en los territorios o en los diferentes sectores. Importantísimo también, y es parte de las lecciones aprendidas que nosotros tuvimos, es consciente de que eran 24 territorios indígenas, 8 etnias con diferentes lenguajes. Entonces se prepararon 140 mediadores culturales con la intención de que esos indígenas pudieran no solamente entender la materia que estábamos nosotros hablando, el cambio climático, reducción de emisiones, que lo entendieran ellos y que después en sus territorios fueran a transmitirlo en la lengua o en el idioma que correspondía a cada una de ellas. Importante también para nosotros la incorporación y el favorecimiento para una participación activa de las mujeres en todo este proceso, no solamente las mujeres campesinas, sino las mujeres indígenas. De ello surgió todo lo que fue un plan de acción de género que desarrollamos nosotros en la implementación o en el trabajo, en la construcción del proyecto RED. Y así podemos decir que los territorios indígenas pudieron, desde sus territorios, desde sus gobernanzas, desde la decisión que ellos tomaron de cómo organizarse a lo interno de cada territorio, cómo organizarse entre las diferentes etnias y en los 24 territorios indígenas, pudimos nosotros tener, después de muchísimas sesiones, estoy hablando de no de decenas, cientos de reuniones que tuvimos en los territorios, logramos una cosa histórica para el país, que fue tener a los 24 territorios indígenas en un solo salón hablando de las problemáticas o de los riesgos u oportunidades que ellos veían, y todo eso se plasmó en lo que definimos nosotros como las 6 políticas que se establecieron, que los mismos indígenas establecieron, ellos mismos identificaron cuál era la problemática. Y después eso se decanta en que cada territorio indígena va a desarrollar o está desarrollando el plan de acción forestal territorial, en donde una de las cosas importantes que tienen que darse o que ellos tienen que proponer es, con los ingresos que están recibiendo o que van a recibir producto de red, cómo hacer la distribución dentro del territorio. También importante, ellos tienen que definir cómo va a ser la administración de los recursos que van a recibir. Y también importantísimo, es parte de los requisitos que nosotros hemos establecido, es cómo va a ser la rendición de cuentas y la fiscalización de esos recursos. Entonces, ha sido un proceso constructivo de abajo hacia arriba, en donde nosotros gobierno o nosotros país hemos facilitado para que los indígenas hagan el proceso como ellos lo hayan identificado, consideren que es lo mejor. Y producto de todo eso, nosotros podemos decir que de las lecciones aprendidas que tenemos es afianzar las estructuras organizativas y gobernanza de los pueblos indígenas. Esto permitió que la consulta y el trabajo a lo interno de cada territorio fuera atendiendo las necesidades que ellos tuvieran. Obviamente, la observancia del principio previo libre e informado fue también respetado y nosotros en eso lo favorecimos. También establecimos fortalecimiento en los espacios de diálogo en cada uno de los territorios. Importante también el que nosotros nos diéramos cuenta que muchas veces el tiempo de nosotros es muy diferente a como ellos lo tienen, y también eso fue parte del acomodo que nosotros tuvimos. Y también el hecho de insistir, y muchas veces porque nacía de los mismos indígenas, es, bueno, ¿cómo hacemos para asegurarle a la población indígena, a la población dentro del territorio, que los recursos que estamos recibiendo nosotros han sido manejados y administrados de forma adecuada? Todo este proceso ha sido producto de toda esta iniciativa de pago por servicios ambientales, que, como lo decía don Carlos Manuel Rodríguez en su intervención al inicio, el PSA para los territorios indígenas es la principal fuente de ingresos que tienen. Eso ha sido lo que viene a complementar en muchos casos la mucha inversión que se hace en el territorio, puesto que con los recursos del PSA, que es una inversión cercana a los 60 millones de dólares que se ha tenido hasta el 2019, ellos han podido complementar recursos para que con el Ministerio de Educación construir escuelas, con el Ministerio de Salud construir clínicas, con el Comité o el Ministerio de Deportes construir centros de capacitación y centros de acción deportiva. Entonces, eso ha sido un proceso muy largo, muy rico, en los cuales hemos aprendido nosotros, los no indígenas, pero también una de las lecciones más grandes que hemos tenido es el cómo no imponer en absoluto algo a los compañeros indígenas, sino trabajar conjuntamente con ellos apoyarlos en lo que ellos soliciten para conocer cuál es el mejor proceso que ellos consideran para tomar las decisiones que correspondan y por supuesto viendo desde el punto de vista económico, esto ha sido el mayor acierto en cuanto a los recursos que eventualmente ellos han accesado y pueden potencialmente accesar para mejorar la calidad de vida que tienen los compañeros indígenas. Yo creo con eso, Edward, después quedaría, por supuesto, expuesto o abierto a cualquier tipo de preguntas o aclaraciones y ahí con mucho gusto estaremos para apoyarlos. Gracias.
And thank you very, very much for that presentation and for so much of the wonderful content in that presentation. Just to highlight a few things that come out from that I hope we'll carry across this roundtable. I really appreciate the point that this was a long but successful process. Far too often, I think we think things take too much time and we don't engage with them, when in fact, there's a great deal of value in engaging in complicated processes, even if they take us more time. I also appreciate the highlighting of the importance of social dynamics and the importance of recognizing and working with local institutions, which of course leads into another really important point from you, the importance of institutional grounding, both at the governmental level, but also grounding these processes in local institutions to understand who is representing who and who is getting represented at all, if that's women, indigenous groups, or other social groups. These are all critical social groups, all incredibly important to the achievement of community-based adaptation goals. So thank you very much for that intervention. And now-
Ed, this is Carlos Manuel. I need to make an interruption here, if you allow me, because these were very good points, and I just want to take 30 seconds to highlight something that Jorge Mario just mentioned. Now, as Jorge Mario just mentioned it, we got the Green Climate Fund putting $60 million in Costa Rica for performance-based REDD+ services in indigenous communities. Costa Rica has been able to be in this position to receive $60 million for indigenous communities for keeping their forests, because small grant programs and GEF has been working with FONAFIFO and the Costa Rican government for 20 years. Those were the great enabling conditions that the Green Climate Fund and the Forest Fund were able to use to have these very interesting projects. So here we see these synergies coming together, and all of these projects, small grants, GEF investment has been helping in something which is extremely important, which is building capacities at the institutional level, at the stakeholder level. So that is why Costa Rican FONAFIFO, the Forest Fund, are in this unique condition to really upscale and amplify what has been done previously through the small grant program and to the GEF focal areas investment. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much for that. And with that intervention, I'd like to turn to the larger panel now. And what I'm going to do is follow the format of the prior panel. So I'm going to introduce our panelists quickly. And then after introducing everyone, we'll turn to their comments. So my first panelist to introduce is Rosaline Gurung, Director of Programs at the Tariana Foundation. Rosaline joined Tariana in 2007 and has since worked with disadvantaged and remote rural communities in the area of grassroots development. The foundation was a key executing partner on the LDCF project, addressing the risk of climate-induced disasters through enhanced national and local capacity for effective actions in Bhutan. Welcome to the panel. My next panelist is Toki Silvestri, Executive Director of Aquatic Services. Toki is here to talk about, I believe, inventing a simple, easy to interpret, color-coded early warning system panel that is being used by local communities in the Madagascar LDCF project, enhancing the adaptation capacities and resilience to climate change in rural communities in Alamanga, Atisinana, Androy, Anosi, and Atismo Andrefana to increase early warning and climate information systems in fisheries communities. We look forward to hearing from you. Our third panelist is Ibrahim Adam Ahmed Balila, civil engineer and project manager specializing in integrated water resources management. He is currently working on the UNEP project, Sudan Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Project in the White Nile States, but he's also worked in the Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resources in the Sudan, was the coordinator of the Global Water Partnership in Sudan, and part of the Regional Steering Committee, Eastern Africa Water Partnership from 2003 to 2008. Thank you for joining this morning. Our fourth panelist is Eureka Douglas, General Manager of the Clarendon Parish Development Committee. Eureka is the General Manager of the Office of the Custos and Clarendon Parish Development Committee and has over 25 years experience in the field of community development, public sector and non-government organization management, including experience as a legal advisor of a not-for-profit entity in England, events management consulting, and serving as regional director at the Social Development Commission. She's part of the Small Grants Project, Improving Access to Water and Adapting to Climate Change in Clarendon, Jamaica. Welcome. We're looking forward to hearing a SIDS perspective in this roundtable. And thinking of SIDS perspectives, we have another representative that fits that description. Our final panelist, Yoshiko Yamaguchi, the SGP National Coordinator for the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Yoshiko has been the national coordinator of the SGP RMI country program since 2013, where she's been leading on the SGP's work. She's the first young Pacific Island woman to be appointed to the Pacific Women Advisory Board, and she's working on the SG Small Grants Program project, including the deaf, house, and hearing impaired community in emergencies. So welcome. Now to each panelist, I'm going to come to you in turn. So I'm going to start with Rosaline by asking you to just briefly describe the project that you're working on and to talk a little bit about your experience working with local communities and vulnerable groups to learn about autonomous adaptation and bring it into community-based ecosystems, adaptation work. So Rosaline, over to you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody watching. And I thank Jeff for giving me the opportunity to share experience of implementing this adaptation project. The project, we were like one of the implementing partners for the National Adaptation Program of Action 2. And the project was actually led by a government entity. And we were one of the 10 or 11 implementing partners and one of the only CSO implementing partners, I must say so. And the project actually has come to an end. It was implemented between 2014 to 2018, and our focus was on climate resilient water harvesting in rural areas. And as a grassroots organization, the bottom-up approach is very important to us. So we take into consideration the views, the opinions of our beneficiaries. And basically, like before formulating any project or activities, we carry out several rounds of consultations with our community members. And apart from that, we also consult the stakeholders in the government agencies, as well as the local government stakeholders, mainly to ensure that there is no duplication of activities and that as far as possible, we can create synergy wherever possible. And again, in consulting the rural communities, we also ensure that we incorporate or integrate their local or traditional beliefs in the activities so that, there is easier implementation process. And what we have learned through our experience is that this local and traditional beliefs have to a large extent led to the current situation of the forest in Bhutan. As you all know that Bhutan is the only carbon negative country in the world. And we have, I think at present, more than 70% forest cover. So our local beliefs have contributed a lot to this scenario. And we make sure that these beliefs are taken into consideration whenever we implement any projects. Next, please. So moving on to the actual implementation of the project, we took an integrated or a holistic approach to ensure that, nothing is left untouched and all the needs of the community members are taken into consideration. that meant taking into consideration, ensuring that their participation and ownership is ensured right from the beginning, and the community members were taken on as equal partners in the project, not only as beneficiaries. And the foundation, that is us, we only acted as a facilitator. So the community members took on the responsibility of implementing the activities. In this case, that would be like construction of water reservoir tank, watershed management, construction of check dams, installation of rainwater harvesting, to which they obviously required some capacity enhancement, which we provided. And the capacity enhancement, apart from building up their skills, also led to employment generation and job creation. And apart from that, we also facilitate the formation of a governance structure in the form of water user committees. So with a savings scheme, which means that every household in the community contributes a certain amount towards the common fund, which goes towards the payment for a plumber in the community, who was also trained through the project, and towards sustainability of the water activities. Apart from that, we also made sure that women were equal participants in the project, and that is by enhancing their capacity and motivating and encouraging them to take more active participation. And in our case, we also were able to have some women in the role of leaders, that is, as the chairperson of the water user committees. So apart from all of that, the project contributed a lot towards the education and awareness of the rural communities on climate change and its impact, mainly because they had experienced the impact of climate change, but they did not really have the scientific knowledge or really what was happening and why it was happening. So education was a big component of this project as well. And I think I'll stop with that for the time being, and then we can talk more about it when we have the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. And to highlight a few things that I was hearing in that presentation that I think we should be focused on. One of them is the importance of consultation, but consultation not just with community members, but as you heard, local government and national government level, and trying to make sure all of those stakeholders are coordinated so that we can line up different viewpoints and actually bring those local voices forward. And I also think a really important point we heard is the need to bring local knowledge into these conversations and into these interventions. And that works in two ways. One of them is understanding what's happening in terms of people in communities and what they understand and know, but also thinking about how we translate the knowledge that comes from outside the community, for example, scientific knowledge, in a manner that is usable for the committee and thus can link sort of top-down and bottom-up approaches. So thank you very much for that intervention. And now I'm going to turn to Toki Silvestri. And again, just to hear a bit, Toki, from you about the brief description of the project. And then again, whatever you have to tell us about bringing together top-down and bottom-up approaches when we think about community-based adaptation. Over to you.
Oui, merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole et merci aussi, c'est un honneur pour moi de participer à cet conseil au niveau du FEM. Aquatic Service est une ONG basée dans le sud de Madagascar et on a été mandaté dans le cadre du projet de PNUD financé par la GEF, le projet d'amélioration des capacités d'adaptation et de résilience des communautés face au changement climatique. Donc, slide suivant s'il vous plaît. Le projet était axé plutôt par la résilience des communautés des pêcheurs ou les populations habitant de l'île littorale du Grand Sud de Madagascar. Le sud de Madagascar était toujours victime d'une grande sécheresse et d'un changement des aléas depuis plusieurs décennies. À savoir, il y a 9 mois, 9 sur 12 de déficience en eau, dominance des forts vents d'Alizé du sud-est, la pluviométrie est de seulement 500 mm par an. Donc, l'agriculture et l'élevage, même si les gens du sud sont d'origine agro-éleveurs, il y a aussi pas mal de populations qui ont vécu de la pêche. Mais la majorité des gens agroéleveurs se sont migrés et se sont orientés plus vers les zones zones littorales, parce qu'on a remarqué que les gens habitant dans les littorales sont plus résilients par rapport aux populations habitant dans les terres qui vivent que de l'agriculture et de l'élevage. Donc, comme on a dit dans la présentation, il y a des pêcheurs et des gens qui sont devenus des pêcheurs par défaut, et aussi les connaissances ancestrales des communautés sont un peu biaisées par ce changement climatique. Donc, dans le cadre du projet, Aquatic Service a apporté cette innovation qui est le panneau agrométéo, les Mitao Forecast. Mitao, dans le dialecte malgache, dans le dialecte du sud de Madagascar, ça veut dire prudence. Et forecast, tout le monde le connaît, c'est la prévision. Une anecdote, ce panneau a été créé parce que dans cette région, il y a 3 ou 5 accidents mortels presque tous les ans. Donc, il y a toute une famille qui sont disparus, surtout les hommes, parce que c'est les hommes qui sont les principaux pêcheurs. Donc, slide suivant. Comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, Météo-Forecast, l'invention était un panneau agrométéo, comme vous le voyez sur le slide actuellement. C'est une information météo pendant 4 jours successifs qui est envoyée par SMS à des points focaux. Les points focaux sont des communautés locales. On les a formés. On a 3 points focaux par panneau. Donc, dans le cadre du projet, on a installé 21 panneaux à Meteor Forecast. Donc, ce qui nous a fait pas mal d'impact au niveau des communautés, car ils ont pu, pas seulement dans le cadre de sécurité, de leur sécurité pour les sorties en mer, mais ils ont pu aussi créer d'autres activités. C'est pour cela qu'on a aussi installé des unités de stockage de poissons, parce qu'ils peuvent gérer leur temps, ils peuvent connaître déjà quelques jours à l'avance quel sera le temps, la situation de la météo, la prévision météo, et à partir de cela, il peut s'adapter, augmenter plus leur effort de pêche et avoir plus de capture, ce qui nous fait plus de revenus. C'est pour cette raison qu'on a aussi impliqué les femmes et les jeunes en créant des activités génératrices de revenus par la mise en place, par exemple, des unités de stockage de poissons, parce que, à savoir que, faute de ce changement, de cet aléa climatique, les temps de sortie ne sont que 11 jours par mois. Donc, les pêcheurs, les gens peuvent seulement sortir pendant 11 jours. Donc, les restes, ils ne peuvent pas sortir. C'est pour cela qu'on a mis en place un système de conservation, un système de stockage des poissons pour avoir plus de valeur ajoutée, pour créer plus d'emplois et aussi pour avoir lutter un peu plus contre tout ce qui est insécurité alimentaire. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Donc, à partir de ces réalisations-là, nous avons impliqué 3871 bénéficiaires directs dans le cadre du projet, dont ce sont tous des membres des structures mises en place, 11 600 plus de 11 000 personnes bénéficiaires indirectes, mais qui bénéficient aussi des informations agrométéo et d'autres activités génératrices de revenus dans le cadre du développement. Et comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, dans les zones où on a mis les 21 panneaux agrométéo, on a eu 0 accident mortel. À savoir qu'à Madagascar, quand il y a, je pense aussi dans d'autres pays d'Afrique, quand il y a des morts, c'est toute l'économie qui passe. Donc, ils sont obligés de vendre les ébus, ils sont obligés de sortir toutes leurs économies. Et comme j'ai dit, l'anecdote d'où j'ai créé le panneau Mythoforecast, c'était il y avait toute une famille, ils étaient dans une même pirogue, ils étaient perdus, le père, le fils et le gendre. Donc, le village était devenu un peu orpheline. Et c'est à cause de ça que quand ils connaissent mieux les informations météo à l'avance, déjà, ils peuvent augmenter leur capture. Il y a aussi moins de pression dans certaines zones de pêche, mais il peut avoir plus d'économies, donc améliorer plus leurs conditions de vie. Et ce qu'on a remarqué aussi par rapport à ça, c'est les gens, les populations habitant dans ces zones-là ont plus comme j'ai dit auparavant, plus de résilience et ils ont plus la capacité de subvenir à leurs besoins. Mais tout ça, l'approche était de consultation des bénéficiaires était déterminante dans la mise en œuvre du projet. Bien qu'il n'ait pas été spécifiquement impliqué en amont de la conception, pendant la mise en œuvre, cette consultation a permis de connaître leurs besoins, moduler et orienter les activités à mettre en œuvre, d'avoir un peu plus leur engagement et l'appropriation des communautés locales, parce que tout ça ne sert à rien si on n'a pas l'implication, si on n'a pas l'engagement des populations locales, des autochtones. Et ce qu'on a remarqué aussi, nous, à Aquatic Service, on est plus basé, on est une ONG de droit malgache, une ONG locale, donc on est plus une ONG de proximité. On est plus basé au niveau local, ce qui nous a permis aussi d'avoir le contact direct avec les bénéficiaires et les a rassurés un peu, ce qui a permis de les engager plus rapidement dans tout ce qui est processus de mise en œuvre. Et aussi, nous, l'avantage, c'était qu'une ONG, on connaît un peu plus le contexte socio-culturel local des zones d'intervention, ce qui nous a permis ainsi d'engager des activités sans heurter les sensibilités des communautés au niveau local. Slide suivant.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for bringing forward yet another set of important points, some of which reinforce what we've heard and some new ones. I appreciate the ways in which a local organization can come to understand the specific challenges facing a particular population. And one thing that comes out from that presentation is how solutions to these challenges are often not one thing. There is no single intervention that will address this. Thus, we heard about the need for information and for infrastructure to address some of these challenges, as opposed to only one of those. And I also admit, as someone who works on climate services, I was very excited to hear about a climate information project, because to me, these are one of the most interesting interventions, because in so many ways, they're not coercive. You're providing information to people who then choose how to take it up and work with it, and local organizations can learn from that and work on tailoring that information. So a wonderful example there. Again, thank you very much for that. I turn now to Ibrahim Adam Ahmed Balila for their presentation. And again, just to briefly introduce the project and then talk to us a bit about engagement with civil society and linking this to larger government and other structures. Welcome. Oh, you're still muted, I'm afraid.
Yes, I'm Ibrahim Adam Ahmed Balila. I'm the national manager of the project called Enhancing the Resilience of Communities Living in Climate Vulnerable Areas of Sudan. This is in the White Nile State. The project is GEF LDCF funded and implemented by UNIP and executed by the Higher Council for Environment and Natural Resources of Sudan. The objective of the project is to increase the climate change resilience of livelihoods and integrated productive agriculture system in the White Nile State through ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. And the project supports implementation of ecosystem-based adaptation interventions in White Nile State, which is among Sudan's most vulnerable regions that is severely impacted by climate change. And this has been the project has been implementing with the communities, with the involvement of the communities, and even from the design, the community has been involved through the NAP and NAPA, and then also during the design of the project, the communities has been, visited, consulted, and also the stakeholders at the state level and also at the locality level, and also the CBOs and the CSO all have been, consulted of the way how they are reducing the vulnerability of and how they are adapting to the climate change and the climate impact. So far, the project with support could reach about more than 8,000, household to be benefit from the different interventions in the ecosystem-based approaches, and most of them are in regeneration of forests and also rehabilitation of pastoral land, and also regeneration of this agricultural land, and also water harvesting for people for water supply for people, and also for increasing the soil moisture for agricultural production, or even for forest and also range production. And in that, the resilience of the communities has been so far, enhanced, and also, we are working very closely with the local communities and vulnerable groups, provided an opportunity for them to elaborate on the existing local adaptation practices that help them to cope with the climate change and variability. As a result, it has ensured that ecosystem-based adaptation interventions that has been implemented are aligned to local communities' adaptation needs, aspirations, priorities, knowledge, and local capacities, including indigenous responses to strategies to cope and mitigate. The project is try to build their capacities, or try to increase their awareness about the project, and try to enhance the way they are practicing the things. And also additionally, the project has helped them, for social inclusion and community-based adaptation during implementation of the project. This is due to the fact that different groups and societies have different levels of exposure and vulnerability to climate-related risk and extreme events. For instance, in Sudan, women, children, elder people, and youth also, they have special needs. They can, they can be impacted in different ways, and they can have disappropriate burdens as a result of the climate change. So I think they have their own needs, and they have different aspirations, and they have to be consulted, and they have to know the way how they are to be, supported to make them more resilient. And the basis of that affirmative action strategies has been put in place to support concrete integration of gender and the inclusion of those vulnerable in the implementation of ecosystem-based adaptation interventions. This includes having gender-specific adaptation technologies, particularly, and also livelihood diversification initiatives, with a strong emphasis on addressing system climate-related vulnerabilities and low adaptive capacities of the most vulnerable people in the society. Particularly, for example, for the women, we went to improve or to support them in backyard gardens, or also in home nurseries, or also in fruit trees, nurturing, and also in, for example, poultry, local poultry. So we support them in that. And also, in smart agriculture, we try to help. Whenever we are doing some help, we try even to raise their awareness and give them some training, for that. For example, now we have more than 30% women are included in the, we try to establish the VDCs with them, village development committees. And those village development committees, we know that we have to include gender. They have to include even women, not less than 30% should be women. And we're very happy in such societies, very conservative society. Sometimes, they don't give much room for women to participate. But even now, we are very happy that in the 43 villages, we have one of the biggest villages. They have even the VDC chair is a lady. So we are very happy with that. And it is, it's remarkable that we are, doing some progress in that area. So I think, with that, we involve some of the NGOs, particularly private NGOs in infrastructure, rehabilitation, water infrastructure, and also in rehabilitation of water supply infrastructure. And also we involve some other, partners, particularly some of the private sector and something like that in the range and water harvesting for agricultural production and productivity. I think with that, I can say that, this is my presentation.
Thank you very much. A wonderful presentation. And I appreciate what comes out from this, which is when you're consulting on how people are adapting to things that are going around, autonomous adaptations come forward. And as I heard from you, Ibrahim, this allows you to align projects with local needs and really importantly, local aspirations. What do people want to be doing? I also appreciate hearing very clearly about the variable vulnerability within a community, or even perhaps within a household. And you stressed gender here, but I think we all know, depending on the context, it could be other important social categories that contribute to those differences. So thank you very much for that presentation. And I want to turn quickly, because one of my less enviable jobs is to pay attention to the clock. And I recognize that we only have about 10 minutes, and I want to make sure that my two last panelists have a chance to speak, as well as to hear from Jeff Seck. So I'd like to turn now to Eureka Douglas for her presentation. Eureka, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I hope everybody's hearing me. Okay, wonderful. The community-based adaptation project was implemented in an area called Pleasant Valley and Whitechapel in the parish of Clarendon. The population is about 1,500 people. It would be considered deep rural. The area is recognized as a climate hotspot. We have increasing temperatures, droughts, irregular rainfall, which impacts soil quality, water availability. And so community members identified through their priority plans that they needed to address the water issues, ensuring that they adapt to the climate change impacts that threaten their livelihoods.
Eureka, can I just interrupt you? I think you're
Yes.
breaking up. I think you should switch your video off because we're not
Okay.
hearing you clearly.
All right. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So the community members developed what we call a priority plan. It is done through a participatory process that is developed through the Social Development Commission, which is the chief mobilization agency in Jamaica. So they actually identified water needs as their major challenge. In doing that, we decided to approach SGP for assistance. We wanted to look at areas that affected the communities, increase their knowledge of climate change, strengthen their resilience to climate change impacts, and ensure that they manage the resources available to them. The project activities included increasing water security, which is rehabilitating an old water catchment facility that had been out of use for over 40 years. The water system had been damaged by mining, and so it was abandoned, but the community felt that they could rehabilitate the system. What we did at that point was to engage the local authority to ensure that it fitted within their mandate. We also looked at the construction of an earth pond system, which would improve the community's agroforestry plantations. In doing so, we sought to increase the community's resilience. So in the end, what happened was that we rehabilitated this tank. It was 100,000 US gallons. And we also put in 7 plastic water tanks that would manage and sort of control the use of the water. For the earth tank, we made sure that the community was fully involved in development of that. We also introduced the concept of renewable energy in the community. So to pump the water, we had a solar power system which was installed to produce electricity. The system prevented the carbon emissions and also reduced the use of fossil fuels. So what happened at the end? The community have access full-time to water, even in extended season of droughts. The SIDS CBA project contributed tremendously to that. It was a small investment of 50,000, but we were able to garner partnerships from different agencies. And so we were able to maintain the project and get the community to actually own the project. This project, I must mention, was done way back in 2012, 2013. It was, as I said, a small investment of 50,000 US, but the technical support and the partnership we gained is huge. In terms of gender, you may notice the pictures we are showing. We involved all community members. It was inclusive. The students at the nearby school, they were all involved in the capacity building initiatives in terms of use and care of the facility. What has happened subsequent is that the project has been replicated and upscaled through the Japan Climate Change Caribbean Partnership Program under the UNDP Human Security Trust Fund and several other projects. So since then, we have been able to upscale, replicate the project in many areas. So throughout that general local, we have some 10 catchment tanks that have been rehabilitated. So this is really a wonderful model that has been used by everyone, not just across the parish, but also globally, because we had shared right across the globe in terms of this project. I like to focus on when we look at how this project was created. It was community owned, centered around the people, developed by the people, focused on partnerships, and we looked at plans, policies that were focused at the national level. So we influenced the rainwater harvesting policies and the renewable energy policies at the local and national level. And so, for example, our local authority has fully embraced this project and has used it as a model throughout the parish. So we have indeed created resilience within the community and have empowered the community members. So I think that's our project in a nutshell.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for, again, a set of lessons that are both very interesting and reinforcing of the things we're hearing. Although I'd also like to point out that this case brings forward an important and interesting point that sometimes we already have knowledge or even already have infrastructure in place that can address people's needs. So it's not always about new things, but even when we're talking about rehabilitating or reusing existing infrastructure, it requires serious community engagement to identify what to reuse, to identify how to reuse it or to rehabilitate it so that you create the most inclusive and effective project possible. While we are short of time, I'm not going to take away any time from our final speaker. I'd like to turn to Yoshiko Yamaguchi for our final presentation. Yoshiko.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you as well to the organizers for having us represent the Pacific. Thank you as well for putting me last because I will be presenting on a project that showcases what happens when all the interventions brought forth by my fellow panelists to fall into place and allows for a project that goes beyond being just a project for this community. So I will be presenting to you on one of our CBA projects led by our grantee partner, Def Flourish. And the grantee partner do apologizes for not presenting it themselves since they are currently implementing activities in one of our outer islands right now, and there is no internet access. And what is extremely unique about this project is that it was the first one in the Marshall Islands that was fully designed, implemented, and sustained by community members who are all either deaf or hard of hearing. Next slide, please, Risa. So just to give you a little bit of context, the Marshall Islands is 1 out of 5 countries in the world that consist solely of all low-lying atolls and islands. And within the last 10 years, I cannot even begin to describe the amount of frequent impacts of climate change that we've experienced firsthand. And things like king tides that constantly inundate parts of the island. And of course, when those are coupled with strong winds, they do a lot of damages. And now our dry seasons have now become droughts, and that's sort of the new norm, which is quite harmful for the Marshall Islands, given that it heavily relies on rainwater. So back in 2015, we were approached by community members who are with the deaf community, and they were concerned because the recent typhoon that we'd experienced showed how much emergency preparedness on the national scale lacked information sharing within their communities. And so most of them were not aware that there was an approaching typhoon until it hit, and most did not know where to go or who to contact. And that it was a very rough beginning because there was no current baseline on the situation with persons with disabilities and how much they were impacted by the current events that we were experiencing. Next slide, please, Risa. So the main project activities are listed here, and I'm conscious of time, so I won't really go into a lot of them. But the key main activities to take away was we were very heavily focused on building capacity within grantee partners, but also ensuring that there was information gathered since, as mentioned, there were currently no baseline data available to help us assist with what we wanted moving forward, not us, but the grantee partners. And so we really needed that baseline data to be able to plan on what would happen forward in times of emergency response. Next, please. We had so many great achievements and results from this project. Up to 157 community members were directly impacted. These include approximately 100 persons who identified as deaf or hard of hearing. And this project did employ an action research methodology that ensured that all the community members were key to the decision-making and development of the project at the very beginning and at each stage of the project. So we had identified about 4 young researchers, 2 male and 2 female, who were deaf, to train in the skills to lead all the workshops, facilitate the community discussions, and analyze the findings. And so with these findings, we were able to develop a toolkit that addressed all the barriers to the inclusion of persons with disabilities, specifically hard of hearing and deaf, during emergencies experienced by their community. And a major achievement as well to note is that in the beginning, the grantee partners were in a partnership with a government entity as beneficiaries, but because of their involvement in the early planning stages of the project, they sort of took the lead and proceeded to register as a non-official, non-government organization in the Marshall Islands. And years have passed and they're now a fully operating NGO with active projects, and they are also members of the Council of NGOs for the Marshall Islands. So some of the key factors that contributed to the results and successes are listed here. And an important component of the project was assessing vulnerability at the start and throughout various points of implementation. So the assessment points, or most often we call them community gatherings, really allowed us consistency in providing an enabling space for the community members themselves to fully participate and voice their concerns or ideas. And these meetings also allowed for stakeholders, both national and local, to disseminate these detailed informations and decisions throughout the communities. So overall, this approach really allowed the participants to create consensus for action, and it also allowed the grantee partners to take full control of the conversation with their partners and stakeholders. Next slide, please. Of course, some of the lessons we learned was, in the Marshall Islands, it was only until 2015 that the government ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. So that in itself was a challenge as we tried to identify government agencies and partners that would assist with the project. There was also a barrier with effective communications because there's only one certified translator in the Marshall Islands for sign language. And one of the key things we found was that it was highly important that we as a partner should understand and be flexible within the needs of the community members and grantee partners. So that that then led to an enabling environment where we were, that help assisted in providing the design and the lead in the project for the grantee partners. Yep, and next slide, please, Riza. And that's it. Thank you very much. And I hope I met that time constraint.
Thank you very much. And no, that was wonderful and right to the point. And just to highlight two things I heard in that presentation too. First of all, again, the importance of local engagement and understanding differences in communities. In this case, discussing people living with handicaps, in this case, deafness, and the specific needs that they have, and the specific ways in which you can bring them in. The second point, which I thought was very well highlighted here, is how this project trained the community to do the work, to bring the work in so it could be locally owned and locally implemented. Something that we need to perhaps pay more attention to if we're going to really succeed at community-based adaptation. So thank you very much for that. I notice that we are long on time in this session, so I want to give Dorji Shuang from the GEF Secretariat about 2 minutes to see if he can pull together any lessons from this that speak to the GEF's thinking on adaptation. So Dorji, off to you.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening from my end. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are calling in today. Yeah, I'll try to summarize everything in 2 minutes. I'm aware that we have a huge challenge with time, but given the diversity of projects that we have seen from mighty Himalaya to down at the island, it actually presents us with the unique sets of adaptation projects that is adapting to the local conditions, yet each of these projects giving us a common lesson. So quickly, I wanted to pick out 3 points from distinguished panelists. This was one thing that came out very clearly for me was that all the projects from the design till implementation has to have a people-centered approach. I think you'd agree, being a scientist yourself, we always push on the scientific component of the story, but I mean, increasingly what makes sense for people now is this: we need to listen to the needs of the people, and then despite having multiple varieties of exposure to a different climate, the solution that we design needs to have a people-centric, which actually leads to my second point. When you try to be people-centric, I said, you have to be sensitive to the local conditions. And this was eloquently made by all the presenters, that any solutions that we try to propose needs to have sensitive to the local community. And that actually logically flows to what kind of institutional governance we wanted to have in the project. I heard my colleague saying that one of the success for the project is to be vertically integrate the policy at the the intervention at the community level, right to the local government, and then you can blow up to the central government level. And I think from the GEF Secretariat point of view, we consider the durability of projects as very, very important, and we wanted to scale up as much as possible, which leads me to a point of innovation. I think Toki made a very good point on how technology, and I think this was same with the Eureka as well. You can have a weather monitoring technology as well as the water harvesting technology, and all this technology, especially the weather data collection. This is, I find, a very good lesson across LDCs. Toki mentioned that you go to seas 11 days in a month, but if you have a good forecast, innovative system, this could be very valuable across the board in LDCs, especially, a lot of us are depending on the rain-fed agriculture system, and that actually speaks directly to the lessons that we can have in terms of ensuring food security. Just quickly, I also heard private sector engagement. I think that's something that we, through the GEF in various project review, we try to look at how we can encourage our SMEs in the context of providing, varieties of livelihood support to our project areas. Very uniform theme is the capacity. I think a lot of the projects are trying to also build the capacity. And I think when we try to think all this various intervention in the context of our programming direction document, all of these are actually well grounded in our current documents. And this actually gives me a confidence that the strategy that we have right now and all the lessons that we are getting from the ground are in complete alignment. Last but not the least, but I'm really, I really wanted to comment on the Jorge Rodriguez presentation from Costa Rica. And if you look at this took 20 years to get there. But what we see beautifully in there is this creation of enabling environment, legislation, everything else, institutions, and in 20 years, if there is a revenue of $60 million per annum, and that's I think something that we wanted to achieve, so that that projects just does not remain as a single intervention in the local community. And we wanted to listen to local communities, but at the same time, all these projects needs to contribute a larger integration into development plans, not just the support that we provide, but not just the support that we provide, but to the larger opportunities, including the resources from the country government as well. With that, I thank you very much. This has been an absolute joy for me to share experience here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorji. And yes, I agree. There's a fascinating convergence out of these projects in what we see that works and where we seem to be going on strategy for adaptation in the GEF, and certainly movement toward ideas that can scale and endure. And if there's one thing I also want to add in my final thought on all of this is my appreciation for all the presenters and all the projects, for the ways in which they're actually inspiring too. There's really exciting things happening in these projects. They're actually achieving really great outcomes. And it's wonderful to see that. Sometimes we just have to show people it can be done to actually do it. And so with that point, I want to throw back to Gabriela with my apologies for running 8 minutes long.
Yes, thank you so much, Ed, for the great facilitation and moderation of this this roundtable. And thank you so much, Jorge, Roslyn, Toke, Ibrahima, Eureka, Yoshiko, and Dorji for his really quick and pointed wrap up. So I will not do any more speaking for that. We do have, and again, thank you. And I also want to just use this moment to really thank the translators, the interpreters for all of the great work that they have been doing. So thank you for that as well. We do have one segment left of today's event. But before we move to that, I would like to see if Nico, he is even thinking before I even talk to him. Nico, please. Nico, please come back. I saw him and then I lost him. Well, we'll ask Nico to come back later, and because to save some time, we'll do Nico's interventions later. So then for closing, I'd like to invite Sano, the chair of the CSO network that you've heard from before, to facilitate the closing dialogue. During this session, you will hear some closing remarks from Laverne Quilney, the council member from St. Kitts and Nevis, and also from Lucy Mulenki, the chair of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. I understand that we also might hear something from another member of IPAC, Giovanni Roy, but I will let Lucy follow up on that before. I did see now.
Gabriela, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to let everybody know that in the last 5 minutes, it would be great if as many as you as possible can turn on their cameras. We're gonna be taking a lot of pictures, and it would be really, really great if we can see as many of you as possible. We had more than 240 people at some point, and it would be really, really great to kind of immortalize this event today and have as many group pictures as possible. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And as you are seeing Nicholas for the first time, I think he also deserves a big thank you. He is behind most of the logistics of this session. So maybe you should even put on your camera again. I can't see you, but thank you so much, Nico. With that, please turn on your cameras as he mentioned, and we move forward. I would like to then hand over to Sano. Sano, are you there, and are you your internet working? I'm not seeing Sano right now. So with that, I think it is probably better for me to move forward and introduce the GEF council member, Laverne Quinley from St. Kitts and Nevis. Are you there? Oh, there, Lucy. Lucy, before you go, please, let's see if we can get our council member to say some final remarks.
Perfect. A warm Caribbean greeting to everyone. I would like to extend appreciation to our GEF CEO, Carlos Manuel, for inviting me to make these very brief remarks, and to acknowledge my colleague on the council, our co-chair from Norway. I must start by saying that I would like to paraphrase something that was said by our colleague in the first round table from FAO. He said, Indigenous people should not only be seen as vulnerable, but they have a wealth of knowledge and should be treated with dignity. I thought that was a good place to start, because just recently we would recall that in the US, we saw the power of CSOs and Indigenous people who have brought the Keystone Pipeline project to a halt, and it seems as though it's on its way to cancellation. I don't know about the rest of you, but I did cheer a bit when I saw that on the news. Because even though I work in development, I understand the need for us to do sustainable development And that is even more critical coming from a small island developing state. On the council, I'm proud to represent 16 countries, including my own. And you just heard a representation from Jamaica, which is also part of the constituency. In our small space, we understand the need for close collaboration with our CSOs. Some of us do have indigenous people, although they're not any on St. Kitts and Nevis, but we appreciate all the inputs that they provide in the development of our different projects, whether they're main projects from the government side, they're in our small grants program, or we participate with them when they're undertaking their own initiatives in the various communities on the two islands. It's critical for us at this time, particularly in this crisis with COVID-19, that we come together and realize the importance of each of us as we try to build a sustainable society. I also would like to highlight some of the things that were said earlier by our colleague from Costa Rica. It's not always that things move very quickly, but it's important for us to make deliberate and directed steps towards the goal that we hope to achieve. And so, in concluding, because I don't want to take up too much time, I'm encouraging all of us to focus on capacity building, which is important for our different entities to move our countries forward, to invigorate our various regions. I'm also encouraging to look, although we speak a lot about women being engaged, and they are being engaged, and we understand the differences in various regions. They're also the men who we find, particularly within the Caribbean, are becoming marginalized and must also be engaged as they make up a significant part of our youth at risk at this time. I also would want to echo the sentiments of the concluding speaker for the last roundtable, who emphasized the need for people-centric approach. That has been a mantra of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis for many years. It is very important. And so I emphasize consultation, and not consultation just for the sake of saying we are consulting, but serious consultation where we actually listen to what is being shared. The traditional knowledge is important, and I heard reference to scientific knowledge. I call it new age science, because there's also the traditional science, which is critical. And so with those few words, I would like to thank all of you for participating today in this very important consultation, which we have been undertaking for many years. And if we continue to do this virtually, I suspect we may need to do a 2-day session in order for us to have the full and deep context and discussion that will move all of this process forward. I look forward to next week's GEF Council meeting, where we will discuss even further on what needs to be done to strengthen our partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laverne. Thank you very much for those concluding remarks, really pushing for a people-centered approach and highlighting the issues of capacity development. And thank you so much for this. And with this, I do see that I have Sano. Is Sano there? And if so, please, could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sano, just to let you know, so we have Lucy McKinney, the Mulinki, sorry, I'm getting tired now, also to speak before we end this closing, but this was for you to facilitate, so back to you, Sano. Thank you.
So thank you. Actually, we wanted to get something very outstanding on resilience, and I think our speakers, our moderators, and the guidance from the CEO, comments from the council members are really very helpful. And this is really a great achievement. I would say I want to thank everyone. And in the final comment, we would really would be happy to hear a few things from our CEO and the council members. And due to time, so I don't want to take long time. Just it would be a great opportunity if we could give every speaker more time, but due to virtual arrangement, it is not possible. So we had to cut short everything. But within that limitation, what we gained from this event, I think this is really very helpful, and it will help us to make a very concrete recommendation how resilience look like, what should be common framework. And taking this opportunity, I again thank you everyone, and I want to hand over this to my colleague Lucy, so she will go for the concluding remark and comments before her the comments from CEO, council members and others. Thank you so much. Thank again. Best wishes.
Thank you very much, Sano, and thank you, Gabriela and everyone. And just before I do my conclusion, I think Giovanni was going to just give maybe 2 minutes comments from Indigenous People Advisory Group, and then I can do the conclusion. I don't know if Giovanni, oh, here you are from the Philippines. Go ahead, Giovanni.
Okay, thank you, Lucy, for giving me a minute of your wrapping up and summary. It is very commendable to note the increasing recognition of Indigenous people's role in climate resilience, especially coming from the CEO and coming from our friend from UN FAO. This has to be given that nature's sustained health relies fully on the governance of Indigenous peoples, and science has already spoken. And to mention that Indigenous peoples tend to have more knowledge in terms of environmental change. An example of a GEF-funded project where Indigenous peoples are the decision makers have can exceed targets. The role of CSOs is only to facilitate and to provide technical support, while government would provide policy support. That was the case of a GEF-funded project in the Philippines. May I state here that only after plans are thoroughly articulated with the free and prior informed consent of Indigenous peoples can a project successfully begin. And enhancing climate resilience will not be possible without the protection of human rights of people who live there. They are under threat as rush for lands scale up. Indigenous peoples' governance authority over their territories needs support from the global community if global efforts to protect the global environment is realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giovanni, for making it short. And I just want to thank everyone. I think this was really a very unique consultation. The fact that we were diverse, there were quite some diverse issues that came up. And why I'm even shortening it more, because it was really great to see that in every section, in every round table, there was a good summary that was already done, and that connectedness is very important. And I think it was very crucial for me because we began from the CEO, Carlos Manuel, and he brought up very important issues on land rights and why it was important to really make sure that it is taken up very important, especially focusing on Indigenous peoples and farmers. And we also later on also heard about the activities that had been taken up in Costa Rica. He also mentioned about benefit sharing on Nagoya Protocol, which are very, very important to us. And those benefit sharing are important. The other colleagues also who had spoken up really spoke very well. And I also want to thank the council members for that effort of coming and talking to us, and especially the co-chair. She really said she was looking forward for the recommendations. And indeed, we had a very good consultation. There were quite some recommendations which will be forwarded to the council next week. And even in the closing ceremony, in the closing part, she really, the council member also brought very, very important points considering and making sure that she was there all throughout to listen to this. The other presentation, I really want to thank so so much the Small Grants Program for bringing that diversity. We went, I think, from the mountains of Nepal, we came to the dry lands, we came to different places, to the oceans, and that's very, very important. Specifically, Fadimatu, I say thank you very much for being able to come to present in this particular forum. I have tested some of the products that the communities in Cameroon have really benefited from, the pastoralist communities. And that was really very good to bring that special program to be able to be heard by many others. It's all the way to Sudan, to the Caribbeans and all that. This was very important, and reminding us about the Paris Agreement, discussing to us and bringing that important information that working together as communities, working together as partners, and giving the rights to the community to decide and to give the examples and to be able to give ideas and manage the projects was really very, very interesting. Thank you again, UNDP and the Australian government that was already mentioned. And I think everyone else who really did a lot of good work. With those few remarks, I think I'll stop there, considering that we also ran out of time, but I think that's a short summary I did, but already it had been done very, very well. But before I go, I think there was a very, very touching project, the Marshall Islands. That was unique. It's something that we've never had it being presented here, and I think we should all appreciate the fact that all the people doing all this work was leaving no one behind, even the ones who are, disabled, like not really disabled, but handicapped, are able to be impacted, and they're able to also make decisions, to take action, and to be able to move with the rest of the communities. I think I felt really touched with that particular program. And I thank you all for all this, and the GEF Secretariat, and for the council and everyone for such a beautiful and really productive day. And of course, the CSO network. I won't leave you behind. We are all together, and really say thank you for all the great work for organizing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. I think we all could have some applauding to each other. Please unmute yourself, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
السلامة للجميع.
Bye.
Thank you. السلامة.
Very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Great
you.
session.
Nicola.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Merci,
much.
Nicolas.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Thank you,
Gabriella.
Thank you, Lisa and Katja, for all the work, and Nico.
No problem. Nico, thank you, Nico. It must have been so difficult managing all of that. I know what you must have been going through for the last 3 hours.
And Ed and Cynthia, thank you.
Everybody. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody
Take care.
for the coordination. It's
Thank you, Risa.
Bye. Thanks, Ed. Thanks, Cynthia.
Bye-bye, Mauritius.
Bye-bye.
Great job, Gabriela.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, awesome,
Well, thank you,
Gabriela.
everyone.
Merci, Sana. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sana, for all your help, and Sano and Maria and everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Gabriella.
Bye-bye.
Great session.
Oh, the interpreters, thank you again. We forget. We need to thank today.
Wonderful collaboration with everybody. Thank you.